The House will come to order. Today, the national anthem will be sung by Tess McHugh.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you, Tess. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Maddox Merrick and Miles Selmiski from El Paso County, guests of Representative Lori Garcia Sander.
Will you please join us for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation indivisible with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, Representative Clifford,
Excused.
DeGraff, Representative DeGraff,
Excused.
Duran, English, Espinoza, Ferre, Rep. Ferre,
Excused.
Flanell, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Representative Gilchrist,
Excused.
Goldstein, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Representative Jackson,
Excused.
Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Rep. Kelty,
Excused.
Leader, Lindsay, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Wynn, Pascal, Phillips, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutenell, Representative Rutenell is excused. Ryden, Sirota, Slaw, Smith, Soper, Representative Soper,
Excused.
Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Representative Story,
Excused.
Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Rep. Valdez,
Excused.
Velasco, Weinberg,
Here.
Wilford, Representative Wilford,
Excused.
Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 57 present, 8 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Woodrow,
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
it is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say there are some days we wish we didn't have a journal. Yesterday being one of them. But alas, that's not how it works. And everything we do is chronicled for the sake of posterity. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Wednesday, April 8th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No! The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, announcements and introductions. Representative Garcia Sander and Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I want to just read a quick tribute, if that is okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Today is Home Education Day in Colorado, and we have the Christian homeschool educators in the Capitol. And I would like to just read this tribute because the Senate is reading a Senate joint resolution to honor them today. Colorado declares the right and obligation of parents to choose the proper education and training for their children. The members of the Colorado House of Representatives are thereby proud to recognize April 9th, 2026 as Home Education Day in Colorado. The Colorado House further recognizes parents who educate their children at home for their continuing sacrifice and commitment toward producing graduates who are successful and productive citizens because of the values, education, and training they have received from their parents. Home-educated students are civically engaged, are well-socialized, and score above average on standardized academic achievement tests. We are proud to honor, celebrate, and thank home educators and their children for their dedication to educational excellence and for their contributions to their communities.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today you will see a lot of homeschool families. I encourage you to talk with the parents, but more so talk with the students on what they love best about being able to have a flexible education program that fits their needs and what projects they are working on. Depending on today's schedule, just so you're aware, at 11 o'clock on the steps, there will be a home education event happening. But they are around the building, they're sitting around, up in the gallery, on the floor, so please reach out to one of these homeschool families, and thank you.
And if we
Representative Garcia Sander.
And if we could just have those who are part of the homeschool education group stand up, just so we can recognize you, that would be great. Thank you.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please join me in welcoming the distinct women of Sigma Lambda Gamma National Sorority Incorporated. On April 9, 1990, Sigma Lambda Gamma was founded in Iowa City. 36 years later, it is now the largest growing multicultural sorority in the nation and is celebrating 36 years as public servants, academics, and community collaborators. Rooted in the empowerment of all cultural backgrounds, the Gammas are committed to uplifting both their local communities and the world through service in elementary schools to advance literacy, organizing park cleanups to protect our environment, marching in strides against breast cancer to raise awareness and support critical causes, and extending a warm hand through philanthropic efforts with the American Red Cross as they exemplify what it means to lead with purpose, proudly extending their impact through continued partnership with the community. The Gammas are rooted in cultural awareness, academics, morals, and ethics, and community shining light on the beautiful diversity of Colorado. Thank you to our very own Colorado Gammas at the University of Northern Colorado, Colorado State University, CU Boulder, Colorado College, University of Denver, CU Denver, and Metro State University. Thank you for your leadership and one of the Gammas is my wonderful aide, Bella. So thank you.
Thank you all and welcome. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind everyone that the Great Education Lunch is today at the Baptist Church at 12:30. Please come and meet these great education leaders of our state who we owe a huge debt of gratitude for so many things that they do for our schools and our students.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 27B,
Madam Majority Leader, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Thank you, members. We were accommodating our guests. So glad we had our Pledge of Allegiance readers this morning. Members, we're moving into second reading. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker will take the chair.
okay, you're fine.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder in your box account. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader. The Coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Pursuant to House Rule 27B, I move to suspend the reading of House Bill 1410 again in order to lay the bill over to the end of the special orders calendar later today, April 9th, at which point the reading will begin.
Members, for your information, this is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 27B4. The question before us is whether to suspend the reading of House Bill 26-1410 again in order to lay the bill over to the end of the special orders calendar. Later today, April 9, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over 1410 until the end of the special orders calendar.
1410 will be laid over until the end of the special orders calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1357.
House Bill 1357 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning phasing out the teacher recruitment, education, and preparation program.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1357.
And the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This
Rep.
bill...
Sirota, I need you to move the committee report as well.
Oh.
There was an amendment in appropriations.
Oh, and I have an amendment to the report. All right. I move House Bill 1357 and the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In House Appropriations, we made a technical amendment to that, to the appropriations clause, but it was merely technical in nature. I ask, but I do have another amendment to the appropriations report. So with that, I move L003 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment, we'll get it displayed. The amendments before us. Please proceed, Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L003 is again simply technical adjustments to the various numbers in the appropriations clause of the bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L3? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L3. Representative Goldstein. Is it?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I have a substitute amendment I'd like to offer. L005.
Great, and you'll just say I move L005 as a substitute amendment to L003.
Okay, I would like to move L005, a substitute amendment to L003.
That's a proper motion. One moment, we'll get it displayed. We'll take a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I withdraw my motion for Amendment L005.
The amendment is withdrawn. We are back to the underlying amendment, L003. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L3 to House Bill 13, to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Back to the committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations.
Wait till you get to the bill.
We're on the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is the phase-out of the Teacher Recruitment and Education Program, which is a program that was started with a bill in 2021, back when we were in a different financial situation for the state. It is the Supporting Educator Workforce in Colorado bill that created this TREP program. And it is an educator pathway program where students can essentially stay in high school for a 5th and 6th year while being concurrently enrolled in post-secondary education to get a teaching degree. The goal is to keep students in Colorado excited about being teachers and hopefully teaching in our state. I think these are worthy goals, but I will also say it is a very similar mechanism and setup to another program that we last year decided to phase out and terminate early, because it sets up an inequitable, I think, situation for our students in terms of who is actually able to access this program, who it is actually serving. It's not a means-tested program. Any student can enroll in this program. It is currently serving, I think, 193 students, but it is capped at 250. So it's a small group of students costing not an insignificant amount of money, and currently these students are being paid, the schools, high schools, are being paid at a rate of around $10,000 per student per year, which is greater than the amount that a student would cost if they were enrolled in a community college taking these same classes. And so what the bill does, in addition to ending the program early so that no new cohorts of students will start, but we will allow the students who are already in their 5th year currently to complete their 6th year next year. Those students will be able to finish out the program, but the schools will be paid at a rate of $7,000 instead of the 10. And I can appreciate that this is creating discomfort for some of these families and students who expected to enroll in this program in the fall. But none of these students are prevented from continuing to get this education at the community college, at the college where they were going to be receiving this education anyway. They can still do that. They can still access financial aid if they are eligible for financial aid. But again, what we are trying to do is prioritize the limited state dollars that we have to fund core services. And while I think this program is a nice thing to have, it is not core services. We weren't able to put additional general fund toward the school funding formula this year. So everything additional will have to come out of the state education fund, which is already under stress for the next 2 years. Our ability to actually fund the formula as it stands now is significantly challenged. Every dollar that we spend out of the state ed fund on another program like this is a dollar we don't have to spend for our students and teachers in our classrooms right now. And because there are other pathways for these students to engage in post-secondary education, we believe it is the equitable and responsible thing to do to wind down this program early.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and Mr. Chair as well. We listened to testimony very carefully on this bill in appropriations. And one of the concerns was the lateness. I am here to tell you that the schools across the state, and I think I have knowledge of this because when I'm not here, I have the wonderful opportunity to teach students at a university level. The students that are in this program that are taking these concurrent courses will be welcome at any state community college or state university. It does not change that whatsoever. Those roles are not closed. And I can tell you from having led that side of things, they are not closed. And those schools where these concurrent courses were taken would happily take these students. In addition to that, almost every school in this state has a promise program for teachers, even to the degree of writing off potential debt that they might have over their 4 years or 5 years because of the shortage. So while they need to, at this point, apply to the school of their choice or schools of their choices, they will be happily admitted, and I am certain that they will get full tuition and financial aid if they want to live on campus. I also, and I know one of my colleagues said this, if any one of these students have problems with this, I have opened up my phone to say, I will help you, because I have been there with students on a constant basis. So I understand we're giving them short notice, but I fully respect what our chair said. This is a program that if we were flush with cash, we would continue. We just can't, and the alternatives are there, and these students will not be dropped by any stretch of the imagination. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, JBC members. I understand where you all are coming from on this. And for those of you that we talked to yesterday, you know, we talked to many of you on both sides of the aisle, and we felt like we were looking really deep in the couch cushions. And, you know, we started out with not doing CMAS social studies, and then we realized that wasn't going over too well. And then we went and talked with the governor's office a couple of times, and one of the marijuana tax fund was offered, and that was not the best avenue. And then late last night, there's a little bit of money left over in the electric bus fund. So it's great if these kids do find other avenues to get to where they want to be, but if they can't, if there's an opportunity for these ones that were banking on this program happening, that was where we were trying to go with this. And so because of procedures, we know now that that won't be an option in here, but hopefully in the Senate. And then one other thing is not to end the program, but to pause it. Because someday maybe we can bring this program back, because this program has, I've watched it flourish in Adams 12, and I've seen it happen in St. Vrain, and you know, we have 29 school districts participating, and knowing that we do not have a crop of teachers willingly going out there and becoming teachers, whatever we can do to at least keep this thought going would be great. So, thank you.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This particular bill is falling in line with a handful of others that I've been struggling with from watching them come through approps, watching people come and discuss these in approps, that there are many different bills that we are bringing to the floor yesterday, today, tomorrow, however long it takes us to get through these, that are things that the state has said, we're going to give this money to this program, we're going to give this money to this program, whatever the situation is. And people have planned things around this. We dealt with the 4 or 5 bills yesterday that said this money was going to be given to the RIDE group and all these different entities that then we come back later, and because we have so messed up our budget, because we are so far in a hole, because we have spent irresponsibly for quite a few years now, and because we have pet projects in this room that we will give money to. This is what I keep saying about this entire budget, but this bill is a perfect example of this. We've got all kinds of subjects that we will not touch. We will not take money, hundreds of millions of dollars in different places. That these are the pet projects of this side of the aisle, not this side, that we will not take money from. We've asked. We've said that these are not okay. These are social issues, moral issues, financial issues, Second Amendment issues, all kinds of things that we have said you can stop attacking the citizens of Colorado. You can stop attacking our economy. You can stop going after us, and you can move this money from here to here. And we gave many examples of that yesterday, too. This is another example where there are people that were depending on this. There are students that were depending on this. And I know personally about 15 students that I've talked to or have emailed me that said that they literally passed up scholarships for this. They passed up scholarships to go to other universities, quite healthy scholarships, that all they had to do was say, yes, I'll take that, sign on the dotted line, but they were promised by the state of Colorado that this program would be there and that they could be funneled into becoming a teacher in the state of Colorado, and say they let everything else go to the side so that they could do this one plan. And the reason was because they were promised by the state of Colorado that it exists, it's there for them, and it would be financed. Now, whether I agree with every single one of these different bills that we've been doing, because some of these I don't agree that they should have been funded. I don't agree that it should have done this. But once the state has done this, once the state has signed that contract called a budget, which is, in my opinion, not balanced, it's a goofy thing, it's a shell game, that we have not balanced this budget, and I could spend all day proving that. But once we sign this contract and say, you get this money, you've got to do this. We've heard over and over these last few days how people have negotiated their entire life around these things that the state is promising them. That their businesses are organized around this. Their mortgages are organized around this. Their futures, their directions are all organized around the state saying, we have a plan, a program, you can be a part of this program. And then, when they do it, then we pull it out from underneath them and say, sorry, we're no longer gonna do this. We've got students that were depending on this. Their future has been depending on this. They have made the decisions for the last few years depending on this one program. And now we're just coming and saying, nope, sorry, done. We don't have enough money. Which we do have enough money, by the way. We're just spending it on things that this side is the priority and the governor says is the priority. Our side doesn't get to choose priority. In the 4 years I've been here, we do not get to choose priority. We do not get to choose one line item in the budget, not one. Every single one of them are decided by this side and are knocked down on our side. And then when people come and say, well, we had this program, we had this plan, and then the state responds with, we don't have the money. I have been so discouraged in appropriations over the last few days when people have to come there and say, now we know that this is a tight budget year and we know that there's got to be hard decisions made. Give me the budget. Let me decide the budget. Not only would we be not in debt, but we would have a lot of programs that should not be in that budget that are irresponsible, unethical, and in my opinion, illegal. but we still have them in the budget. And then we tell people that have been planning, we tell seniors in high school that have been planning this and planning this and planning this, oh, I'm sorry, we have to cut your entire program. Why? Because we don't have the money. No, we have the money, it's just in places that is not for seniors in high school after they've been promised. It's not for elderly dental care that was promised. It's for other priorities. That's the problem that we're having here, is priorities. We have almost a $47 billion budget. You're telling me we don't have money? No, you need to go look in the budget where the money is going. We have the money, but where is it going? It's going to very bad ideas, very bad programs that are hurting. In fact, a lot of the reason we have all of these homeschoolers here is because we have had bad ideas in public education, bad ideas that are being moved financially through our public education. And so we do have the money for these seniors. It is there. It was promised to them. And this is horrendous that we would now look at them and say, just kidding, we're taking it back from you. Why? Because you are not important enough to make the priority list of this side of the room. That's the problem here.
Seeing no, and welcome to our guests. It is decorum and rule in this house that we do not clap or otherwise engage in the debate on the floor, and the same is true for members in the chamber. Thank you for everybody for abiding by our process here. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1310, the question before, 1357. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1357 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title, House Bill 1358.
House Bill 1358 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning reducing an appropriation for the Colorado Academic Accelerator Grant Program.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1358.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill reduces the appropriation for the Colorado Academic Accelerator Grant Program by $5.2 million in general fund. The program is a grant program that supports the development of community learning centers that provide free academic enrichment activities to help students in science, technology, engineering, and math. The program is similar to federal or other state out of school time grant programs, but particularly focuses on math enrichment. Unfortunately, the funding for this is ending after the following fiscal year, and we will not have the money to continue the program using general fund. This bill will make sure that the program can step down appropriately so that families can find other sources of these services over the next year, and then the program will end in July.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1358. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1359.
House Bill 1359 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning crediting to the state public school fund money received from the removal of natural resources on public school lands.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Bill 1359.
To the bill.
This bill is about revenue that is earned on public school lands and is distributed today for very specific purposes. Anything that is above and beyond those specific purposes is deposited in the permanent fund. And what this bill does is, both for the present fiscal year, 25-26, and next year's budget, is it diverts dollars before they go into the permanent fund of $25 million in 25-26 and $45 million in 26-27. And it needs to be done, as I said, early on before it goes into the permanent fund. This is another one of those bills that we need to do to balance our budget, and I would ask for a yes.
Seeing
on
no
this
further
vote.
discussion on House Bill 1359, the question before us, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And the reason I rise to speak about this bill is I recently had a constituent reach out to me that leases land near Pritchett, Colorado. And he recently received a letter that there is going to be a green energy project on this land. And he, in his letter, was basically told that once it comes under production, that the state has the ability to give him a year's notice to end that land lease. This family's been leasing this land for generations. And I just want to put it on the record that as we put these energy projects up, number one, we talked yesterday about the reason that beef prices are so high is because cattle herds are at an all-time low in Colorado. Then we take a generational rancher who has leased state land that now they're going to put windmills on, and then they're going to come back and tell him in a year that it's out of production. So not only has it not helped the cattle market and it's not helped feed your families cheaper, not only has it taken production land out from a rancher to bring the cattle herds up, a generational rancher that will hurt his bottom line, and now the lease that he pays to the state, this money's going to be taken out of the till too. So, I mean, I have to put that on the record. I just recently dealt with this like a week and a half ago, and he's just upset. And then to see how this is all going to shake out and in the budget crisis that we're in, and I mean, that's like a three-way hit. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Assistant Minority Leader. I want to stress that I appreciate what you're saying, but I want to come back to the fact that this bill is only royalties and leases on public school lands owned by the state, not leased, but owned by the state, and these royalties come from those. I appreciate there are other leases out there, but not for this particular program.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1359. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Does that make sense?
The bill is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1360.
House Bill 1360 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the Affordable Housing Financing Fund.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1360.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill transfers $130 million from the Affordable Housing Fund to the General Fund. Proposition 123, which was approved by voters, diverts income tax revenue to the Affordable Housing Fund to pay for affordable housing programs. 40% of this revenue is transferred to the Affordable Housing Support Fund for use by DOLA and HCPF, and 60% is transferred to the Affordable Housing Financing Fund for use by the Governor's Office of OEDIT. This bill transfers $130 million out of the OEDIT portion so that we can, into the general fund so that we can achieve balancing this year. This is a tough bill, and but I will note that the original voter approved measure contemplated difficult budgetary situations like this and allows for this transfer, and so we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1360? Representative Bottoms.
Okay. No, it's okay.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This is another example of what I just said, but this one goes another level. Prop 123 was voted in by the people. This is directly from a ballot measure that the people of Colorado voted in. This wasn't even just the state of Colorado promising the people of Colorado something through a program or plan that we voted in this room. This actually came from the people of Colorado voting in Prop 123, and now we're going to pull that back. We're going to take changes, we're going to cut it. This is not okay. There are people, this is specifically counties, this is specifically county leadership. These are municipalities that fought for this, got the people out to vote, it got voted in, and now we're telling these municipalities, sorry, the money's not going to be there. You thought it was because the people voted it in, but we, the state, are way bigger than the people. We, the state, rule this place, and now we're going to take your money back. This is another contract from the state of Colorado, but actually the next layer that was initiated and enforced by the people that this room is supposed to back up, the governor's office is supposed to back up, but we, just like we did with Prop HH, just like we've done with many other things, that the people voted something in, now we're going to come back and say, nope, we're the ones in charge, we're bigger than the voters, we're bigger than anybody, and we're going to take your money back, and there's nothing you can do about it. This has got to stop.
Further discussion, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just another reason why we need the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, why we need to have these discussions, why taxes can't just be raised arbitrarily because the state is out of money, like it will always be out of money. Because that is the nature of the beast. There's never enough of somebody else's money when the entire basis is taking somebody else's money. And that's socialism. Socialism is taking other people's money. It is the entire basis for it. That's why the assassins want to take Tabor. I'm not naming names. I'm not naming names.
Representative DeGraff.
I'm not naming names.
Rep. DeGraff, you were warned yesterday about using that word in the well. Turns out today's rules are just the same as yesterday's. I will ask you to refrain from language that characterizes the motive of another member, avoiding personalities pursuant to House rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member in question was quite proud.
Rep. DeGraff, this is not a debatable question.
I'm not debating.
The rules are the rules, and I will expect you to abide by them in this chamber.
So Tabor, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, is a very important document for the citizens of Colorado, for the tax widgets of Colorado, that you have a say in your taxes. Now here, I don't agree with this program. This is just a great example of an emotive hook, just emo bait, put on a big old hook and then sunk into the jaws of the citizens of Colorado and pulling you along, because the citizens of Colorado didn't just say, hey, would you like to have a raised tax for some general application, some general fund application? But that's what they got. They're under and now here we are, we're passing lots of new affordable housing, which is really not well defined. Affordable housing just means you're not paying more than 30% of your income for housing. So you can have affordable housing that is made, very expensive affordable housing made. It could be made for 2 incomes. Most homes are based on 2 incomes because that's what our tax code is based on now, forcing both parents into the marketplace. So that's where we are. But here we have $130 million that was tax-tracted from the citizens of Colorado that they gave. They said, you know what, we believe the gaslighting about affordable housing. We're going to believe that. And so they gave permission to the state to take some extra money, $130 million. And then what does the state do? It says, we want to use that for something else. We want to use it for something else. So this is an emo bait and switch. And that's what's really good. That's what this General Assembly does very, very well. Now, I think this money could probably be better spent because most of the taxpayers in Colorado are saying, I don't understand why we're building more affordable housing when we have an excess of housing, when we have excess vacancies. Because we know why housing is expensive. We know housing is expensive because government regulation adds 1/3 to the price at least. And then we know in order to defray those costs into the house, because there's certain fixed costs like
all of the permitting and all that stuff. It doesn't matter whether you, like for instance, the most expensive property on Harvard Yard is a 5x5 building. It's 25 square feet or something like that. It's the most expensive square footage on the yard because it's 5x5, because it has a certain set of fixed costs that have to be defrayed. Instead of by 1,000 square feet, those costs are defrayed into 25 square feet, something like that. Maybe it's 3x3, something like that. It's a guard check, something. So, but it's known to be the most expensive. And so you take these things and then you say, well, the only thing for a developer then to make his property profitable, you have to build larger homes. Well, those larger homes are then more expensive. And then you complain that those larger homes into a market that you foobarred is fouled up beyond anything recognizable, is too expensive. And so then you have to take some other means. When really what you need to do is get your boot off the face of the economy, stomping over and over and over. And so you went to the people of Colorado and you said, we need $130 million for affordable housing. Now, how much would that do? $130 million, $130 million, and say a house is around, let's just make it a cheap house, $100,000, you're looking at like, what, 1,300 homes or something like that. So you're really not solving the problem. We've got more homes that are going in, more apartment complexes. Apparently, the governor's vision for Colorado is for everybody to live in a shipping container, stacked one on top of each other, in true Calcutta style. But here we have a problem in that the state did a bait and switch. Went to the citizens of Colorado, said this is what the money will be used for. The citizens of Colorado said, we agree. So citizens of Colorado, here's your lesson learned. Legislation 101, what it says it is, it ain't. The second one would be if it can be weaponized against you, it will be weaponized against you. And both are true. And here we're looking at what it says it is, it ain't. Because they said what it is to help affordable housing, and now they just want to roll it into the general fund. Not going to deal with the $285 million from the healthcare policy financing, the fraud that was found there. Now, could that be used for that? Well, that's just money that would have not spent otherwise. But we're not dealing with those structural issues. Here we're dealing with money that shouldn't have been collected. It shouldn't have been a government program. The reason the housing in Colorado is so expensive is this room. It's the regulation in this room. It's the jumping up of, say, things like the asbestos regulation that are going to make any roof repair job, any drywall over one sheet job, have made it into a hazmat proposition. So anybody with actual property any property that they don't actually live in, so what is it doing? It's forcing it into corporate hands, forcing mom and pops out of it. It's taking affordability away from Colorado because of the regulations in this room. Could we fix that? Yeah, we could fix it. I have a bill. I submitted a late bill request to fix that. Take it back to federal standards. It won't be approved. But it is unconscionable, or should be unconscionable. Obviously, it doesn't bother anybody's conscience that the General Assembly went to the citizens of Colorado and said, we want money to solve this problem. And then in the quiet of night, in the 2 days that we're supposed to get this budget passed through the House, that they said, oh no, we're going to sweep that into our general priorities, into the general fund. So, citizens of Colorado, just know that is the level That is a level of integrity with which the government, the General Assembly, treats the citizens of Colorado.
Further discussion on House Bill 1360. Representative Bradley.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Good morning.
I also have questions because I have heard a couple of bills going through about clarity in the ballot initiative process. And we've come up here to speak about that. And so my question is, if the voters approve Proposition 123 in 2022, and a question, honestly, to set aside ongoing tax revenue for affordable housing, and I see that the Joint Budget Committee is allowed to transfer the money, but why? And why should we? If the voters approve the proposition to set aside the tax revenue for affordable housing, then why then, when we overspend and don't balance our budget, do we just get to, with one sweep of the pen, transfer $130 million from the Affordable Housing Financing Fund that the voters approved through a proposition, through the ballot, then just get to transfer that money to the general fund? If we are trying to pass legislation that clarifies the ballot initiative process, that says, oh, now if we run these ballot initiatives, they have to come from 3 pools of money, how does that work? So the citizens drive this ballot initiative process and they pull from these 3 pools of money, and then the JBC or the legislators just then get to, with one fell swoop, get to say, no, now we're going to take that pool of money and we're going to fund the general fund. I want, make it make sense. Because the taxpayers said, okay, you've got us. We are going to buy into this. We are going to say, yes, we are going to give that money to affordable housing. And now we have overspent. We have blanketed policy to give to this program and this program and this program, 2nd year in a row, 3rd year that we've had to have a special session, another year where we're in a fiscal crisis, where we're at the last minute trying to find money, and now we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, actually taking from the taxpayers that approved a proposition in 2022 set aside for affordable housing, and the General Assembly can just take that money, $130 million, and transfer it to the state's general fund. I don't understand it, and I think our constituents are completely confused by it. That they vote on something to go to a specific pot, and we've passed 2 different bills in here to provide clarity to ballot language. So now are we going to say, okay, you can pass this initiative, but know that you can set aside this money, but if we're in a fiscal crisis because of policies being made, we can actually strip that money and then add that money into the general fund. Is that going to be an aside in the blue book and on the ballot language? Because we're passing bills in here to clarify ballot language. So is there going to be a little aside? I would love to know that. Because the voters approved this for affordable housing. They didn't say when you're in a budget crisis, now you can take that money and apply it to the general fund. I don't think the voters would approve this. They want us to start balancing the budget within our means, not taking from a proposition that they approved $130 million for the Affordable Housing Financing Fund, not to go to the general fund. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff and then Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am wondering, just based on the, is this program going to be canceled going forward? So it's not going to be canceled going forward, but we already know that it's going to be swept into a fund, a general fund. It's not affordable housing tax. It's not a tax to pay for affordable housing, subsidized. It's now a tax, it's now a general tax. Because this will happen next year, unless something drastic changes in the state as to where the economy is going, because the economy did not reach this point accidentally. The economy was driven to this point. The housing was driven to this point. Now, whether it was accidental or intentional, it doesn't really matter. It was driven. And now we have a ballot initiative out there that was to raise taxes to help offset affordable housing. The good people of Colorado said, we want to help make housing affordable. Now, the only way you're going to actually make housing affordable is to eliminate why it was made unaffordable. That happens in November. But right now, what you have created is you have created a long-term bait and switch by taking this and saying, this is a general fund. This is now a general fund tax, no matter what we said to the citizens of Colorado. Yes, I get it. It was in there that maybe the General Assembly will sweep this money into something else. But now we've demonstrated that we have, and now we're going to have even more regulations. So now I think we should be able to say that no more bills on affordable housing, because what we've said is we don't need any more bills on affordable housing. And then to say, well, we don't have enough money for affordable housing because we swept the money into something else. I don't get it. I don't get it. It was something that we shouldn't have done. We made a promise to the citizens of Colorado. The General Assembly, the state of Colorado is obviously not a good faith actor with things like this. And why are we doing this? Because there's other funds that are untouchable. There's the fraud that we're not allowed to dig into. I would feel a lot better about the cuts that we're having to make if we had dug into the fraud first, because we know it's there. We know it's there. If we dug into the fraud first before we renege on the promises to the citizens of Colorado.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate what my colleagues are bringing to this conversation. But I think it's important to clarify a couple of things. First off, this was not ever a distinct tax, ever. This was a diversion. The ballot item was a diversion of income tax. I believe it was 1% of 1% of 1%. So it was a diversion. And in that ballot measure, because people were concerned when they wrote this ballot measure that there may be times that we were challenged fiscally, and this did not add additional revenue. It's a diversion. And that's why the ballot item was very clear that the legislature, if it had to modify this in any given year, or cut it back, or divert it, in this particular case, to the general fund and programs, that this body was entitled, that's not the right word, had the authority to in fact do this. So please, if we talk about this, do not talk about it from the standpoint that this was an additional tax. It never was. It was a diversion of existing state income tax.
Representative Joseph and then Representative English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we are facing a significant budgetary shortfall, and I want to start by acknowledging the members of our Joint Budget Committee who are working incredibly hard to balance competing priorities during a very difficult time. These are not easy times. At the same time, it is very important for me to come down here and speak on this particular orbital, because more than 50% of my district are renters, and for whom housing instability or stability is not an abstract issue, but a daily concern. Colorado is facing a housing crisis that touches every corner of our state. from fast-growing urban centers to rural mountain communities in the Eastern Plains. That's why the comments that you will hear from me today will be not different from the comments you probably have heard from Red Bottoms. Families are being priced out. Workers are struggling to live near their jobs. Too many Coloradans are one unexpected bill away from losing stable housing. That's why voters came together in 2022 to pass Proposition 123, a landmark commitment to invest in affordable housing. This measure created a dedicated funding stream of roughly $300 million each year to support housing development and home ownership across Colorado. What makes Proposition 123 especially meaningful is the partnership it represents. Today, more than 200 local governments across Colorado have opt-in, representing the vast majority of our state's population. These communities made a commitment to increasing affordable housing, to streamline development, and to be part of the solution. In return, the state committed to supporting that work. As we navigate this budget, I think it is important that we do everything that we can to uphold that partnership. Because the reality is, affordable housing does not happen without sustained investment. Developing housing that is affordable to working families is complex and expensive. Rising land costs, construction materials, labor shortages, and financing gaps all create real barriers. Even strong projects can struggle to move forward without the right financial tools. That is the role of Proposition 123. It helps communities to secure land, close financing gaps, and move projects from concept to completion. It provides the stability and predictability that local governments and developers rely on to deliver housing. We have already seen meaningful progress with projects underway across the state serving teachers, nurses, service workers, and seniors. My concern is that any disruption to this funding could slow that progress and create uncertainty for communities that have stepped forward in good faith. As we make difficult budget decisions, I hope we can keep in mind the importance of maintaining momentum on housing and supporting the partnership that we've already built. Protecting Proposition 123 funding to the extent possible means supporting projects already in the pipeline, providing certainty to local governments, and continuing to respond to one of the most pressing challenges facing our state. I look forward to continuing this conversation with our chamber because it is really important to ensure that our community members have access to housing that is obtainable and affordable, and Prop 123 is one of those tools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members.
Representative English.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I wanted to come up here and speak briefly for my district because I was back here reading about the Affordable Housing Financing Fund, and I had to read it a few times. Then I began to process and think about different things. But specifically speaking for and to my district, affordable housing is very important. And what's happening in my district right now is we're seeing a lot of apartments being built, tiny cottages and things like this, but these are not homes, particularly speaking about the tiny cottages, that you can actually purchase. And it's important to my district to become homeowners, those that are not, and create generational wealth for their families and their children. And this here is a tough pill to swallow with the funding being removed from the Affordable Housing Financing Fund. And it says the bill directs the state treasurer to transfer $130 million from the state Affordable Housing Fund to the general fund, and makes 3 corresponding adjustments to the Affordable Housing Financing Fund. And I just want to level set and say that I agree that when Proposition 123 was on the ballot, voters did come together to pass Proposition 123 in 2022. And it created a dedicated funding stream of roughly $300 million each year to support housing development and home ownership across Colorado that would be affordable for our communities. And I think Proposition 123 is something that we should be protecting. And we've already seen some of the impact for Proposition 123. It's helped fund hundreds of projects of affordable homes across Colorado. And that's what the voters wanted. And right now, if the progress is at risk because funding is being taken and redirected somewhere that the voters didn't vote for it to be redirected to, it does risk undermining the very communities that stepped up to participate. I was one out there campaigning for it, just like many of us and people in our districts. We cannot ask local governments to lead on housing and then pull the rug out from under them. We can't expect more housing without investing in the tools to build it. And this is what Prop 123 is. And we cannot solve a statewide housing crisis without sustained, reliable funding. And I think this funding should stay where it is for affordable housing programs. Protecting Proposition 123 dollars means protecting the pipeline of affordable housing projects that's already underway and happening. It means local government certainty so they can plan, invest, and deliver for the communities they serve. And it means, most importantly, honoring the will of Colorado voters who said clearly housing affordability matters through Proposition 123. So I think we should be standing by that commitment, and we need to protect Proposition 123 funding and support the communities, our communities, that's doing the hard work. And we need to create an atmosphere where people can afford to live in the communities that they want to raise their kids in, and some people that have been there for years and not being priced out because of cost. And we need to do everything in our power to ensure that we're protecting funding that the voters voted on. And I'll just stop right there. But I will say The only way, it's not, well, one of the ways that you can create generational wealth is through owning a home to pass down to your children or your children's children. And that's important to my district, and that's important to the families of my district. So I had to come up here and speak about what the voters voted for, because I know there were several people in my district and in my community pushing for Proposition 123, and we should honor the will of the voters. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And I want to talk about this and what I'm kind of seeing. This bill is interesting to me. You know, Prop 123 was supposed to be a vote measure by the people saying, yes, we agree to give this certain amount of sales tax, property tax, property sales tax to affordable housing across Colorado. That's what this was for. Let me tell you how I see it and why I think this is happening in this bill. I see it as an all-time flim-flam on the Colorado voters. I see this as fraud in its rawest form. You got people to vote for Prop 123 saying it's for affordable housing. But the thing is now the legislature is now able to take, I call it stealing, but take from that fund whenever Tabor is in a time where it allows it to be taken from. So when Tabor's not going to be able to give back to the people, then they're able to actually come in and take the money out of the fund. Well, they keep stealing from Tabor and stealing from Tabor and stealing from Tabor. Tabor's never going to be in a position where they can't steal from the fund. It authorizes a one-time $130 million transfer from the Affordable Housing Finance Fund to the general fund. That's not what the people voted for. That is not what they voted for. This allows now money to be taken out of this fund without the voters' choice, without the people of Colorado, what they meant Tabor to be, to give their approval to spend this money. So by the passing of Prop 123, the voters didn't realize they were opening a piggy bank for the legislature here to just spend away. I think that's shameful, and I'm highly, highly disappointed. This money was meant for one thing, and now, without the people even knowing, it's going to be used for something else. Let the people be warned. Voters, pay attention. They're out to get your money.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. Good morning, everyone. I have a couple of questions about this surprise. I'm wondering, I think I'll just, do you prefer just to have them all at the same time or one at a time? It doesn't matter. We'll do one at a time. Okay. So the first question I have is as relates to the prioritization of the remaining dollars, because my understanding we have a bucket of money, not really sure how much is fully in that, but of that bucket, 130 million is moving over to the general. The remaining dollars for Prop 123 are to be distributed in an order of priority with the concessionary debt program, then the equity program, then land banking. I'm just wondering why that particular priority set was embraced as opposed to a different one. I really don't know enough about the programs, but just curious as to why that is.
And Rep. Luck, I know it's a little unorthodox, but it's existing statute. That's existing statute. So it is not a new measure in this bill. It is existing statute in terms of the prioritization. Thanks for obliging me an opportunity to chime in. Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem plus answer of all questions. That's wonderful. Thank you. All right, so that decision was made long ago. Still don't know why. but, there was a reason, I guess, that happened. The next question that I have is as relates to the admin expenses. So it's my understanding that whatever this pool of money is, let's say it's $500 million, the admin expenses are calculated off of the pool of money. We're now taking $130 million out, but we're not altering the calculation for the admin expenses to reflect that. So there is still that amount of admin expenses that is currently being paid on the whole being paid under this bill. And I'm just wondering if, I can imagine why that might be, but I'm just wondering what the rationale for that is, as opposed to allowing the admin expenses to go down by the same amount that we are taking out.
Representative Brown. It's a one-time thing. I'm only
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do feel like you should be down in the well here answering these questions. But I will just say that I know that there's interest in making sure that the remaining money is prioritized appropriately, and that some of the lowest income folks maybe see some prioritization related to the remaining fund. I know that's a policy that doesn't really fit within the confines of this bill, but I understand that there might be some other people in our chamber or elsewhere that are working on that. So I would encourage my good colleague to engage with those legislators as well.
Representative Luck.
Thank you both for the conversation. Okay, so here is where I very much would like to understand the dollars. My understanding of this program is that when we have a Tabor surplus, we can't make a transfer from this fund, from Prop 123 dollars over into the general fund. But when we are strapped for cash, we can. It's my understanding that 2025, and that's considered, for those listening, a Tabor surplus year. So in a non-Tabor surplus year, we can steal the money. In Tabor surplus years, we can't, because presumably there's an understanding we have the dollars. This year, 2025, 2026, is a non-Tabor surplus year, but 2026, 2027 is projected to be, is a non-Tabor. Next year, we're expecting to have Tabor surplus. So we're pulling out a one-time $130 million in order to, by law, because we can only use those dollars in order to help supplement the 26-27 budget. We're pulling them out in order to help supplement the 25-26 budget, and that's $130 million. But when I look at the budget overview and the approved changes in the long bill in order to true up the 25-26 budget, that only equals about $73 million. So are we taking out, what is that, 80 some more than we need to? How do we get $130 million when the true up is only 73?
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the transfer happens on June 30th of 2026, which is the current fiscal year. And since we are under the cap in the current fiscal year, we are allowed to make that transfer. That money then is utilized into the next fiscal year under our state budget rules. So this is a transfer that is done in the current fiscal year when we are under the Tabor cap that benefits the following fiscal year when we are over the Tabor cap.
Representative Luck.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. But that's a bit concerning to me because it feels a little bit, like if we're not allowed to actually move it in 26-27 because it's a violation of law, to move it technically in 25-26, but to apply to 26-27 seems a bit problematic to me.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, another way to think about it is that we are adding to the reserve this particular year for the general fund. And then that reserve that we have now added to is benefiting the next year's general fund.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you for that answer. I still have some struggle with that. I understand the logic. I just don't know that I see it as consistent with the spirit of what the voters asked for, but I do appreciate the conversation. So thanks, guys.
Further discussion, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you being there for, any phone a friend kind of things. But, I'll try to color inside the lines.
I think we're going to do great, Rep. DeGraff.
Yeah, thank you. Getting along swimmingly. So, this is really interesting. I think it's a very educational, and it's a great opportunity to talk about how these things work. So, I'm looking at the actual Blue Book language. And of course, my colleague is right, so let's unpack what that means. State Affordable Housing Fund. The State Affordable Housing Fund is hereby created in the State Treasury, commencing January 1, 2023. All state revenues collected from an existing tax on 1/10% on federal taxable income as modified by law of every individual, estate, trust, and corporation as defined in law as calculated pursuant to subsection 4 of this section shall be deposited in the fund by the state treasurer. The revenue deposited in the fund pursuant to this section, meaning in accordance with this section, shall not be subject to the limitation on fiscal year spending specified in Section 20 of Article 10, or Article X or Article 10 of the state constitution. Section 20, Article 10, is known as the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And just for specificity, it was added by voter initiative in 1992 over the will of the General Assembly and imposes strict limits on state and local government taxing, spending, debt, and revenue growth. It requires voter approval for many tax increases and new debts. Mandatory, apparently not for things like certificates of participation. Mandates refunds in excess of revenue and includes enforcement mechanisms. So we say, okay, well, this is coming out of an existing tax. And that existing tax, because it says from existing tax on 1/10% on federal taxable income as modified by law of every individual estate, etc. Why is it in the Blue Book? Because it's coming out of an existing tax. Well, the reason it's in the Blue Book is because it's a tax increase. The reason, and that is required by the Taxpayer Bill of Rights because it is a tax increase. Why is it a tax increase? Well, because if you take revenue in excess of the cap placed on the budget, based on the citizen-imposed reins, placed on it by the voter initiative in 1992, if we are going to exceed that, then that money has to be returned. So what this is, and here's how these things work. As I said before, it's the emo bait, the emotional bait to get you to bite on the hook. And so this emo bait is affordable housing. And it does have a definition, and that is that the cost for rent would be less than 30% of 60% of the average median income, or for a mortgage, it would be less than 30% of 100% of the average median income. Still based on 30%, even though previous legislation made 50% the revenue. So how does this work? So why is it? So if you have a and this is not a prop, Mr. Chair, this is just the document of the 4 pages that people were expected to read through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages that people required to read to and sort through this. And sure enough, just like my colleague said, It's here in the fine print because the entire thing is fine print. If the Legislative Council staff's March economic revenue forecast in any given year projects revenue for the next state fiscal year will fall below the revenue limit imposed under Section 20, Article 10, under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights of the state constitution, the General Assembly may reduce the funding allocated to the office required by the section for the next state fiscal year in order to balance the state budget. So I think here we have, since we're already past March and we're talking about the March revenue economic forecast, and the forecast next year is saying that we're going to be somehow magically in the black. Yay. I mean, that trend was reduced in 2025. So the downward slope of the 22.5% of inflation under Bidenomics is apparently expected to turn around. So I don't know what happened in 2025 that might turn our economy in the other direction, but I'm encouraged that we are. So anyway, so how does this work for the citizens of Colorado? Okay, the kiddos are gone, so I can't explain it to them. I got in trouble for talking in their direction last time. So if there is an income tax and it's going to be above the Taxpayer Bill of Rights limit, let's say there's a delta right here. This amount of money would normally have to be returned to the citizens of Colorado because it's an overtaxation. So the emo bait here for this proposal, why it is a tax increase, is to say that anytime there's going to be more revenue than the limits imposed by the citizens of Colorado in 1992, anytime that we are going to have more revenue than that, the General Assembly is going to take it for a pet project, and we'll call it affordable housing. It doesn't really matter. The whole point is just to take it. Why? The point is to take it so that you don't get any refunds under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, so that way people will think it's all about refunds, and then they'll say, hey, go ahead and cancel that Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's the thing that stands in the way. Not realizing that the only reason that they have a say in tax policy is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The only reason that anybody puts together a blue book to ask the citizens of Colorado whether they think they should be taxed more is because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Now, since most citizens in Colorado say, no, I don't need to be taxed more, I don't want to be taxed more, then we come up with 5 pages of fine print in order to circumvent the intellect of the citizens of Colorado with a bunch of legalistic gobbledygook. So how does this work? What is this program? The program, anytime that we're going to have more revenue than the Tabor cap, the General Assembly will take it. And then we have the fine print over here. If the Legislative Council staff's March and economic revenue forecast in any given year projects the revenue from the next state fiscal year will fall below the revenue. So now it's going to go fall below. Well, then it would start impacting other pet projects, maybe education. And so then the fine print is, you're only going to give away this money. It's a tax increase anytime the General Assembly happens to take more money than is allowed, than the citizens allowed in 1992. So the citizens said, stop here. And so the General Assembly said, well, we're just going to take 1% of your income tax, an already existing tax, and we're just going to divert it into this fund. And I'm going to guess that most people didn't read that and say, okay, we're diverting that income tax. So yes, it is a diversion of that income tax, but no, it is a tax increase, because anytime the state revenue exceeds the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, the limit that the taxpayers put on their spending, it is an automatic tax increase. So what the citizens of Colorado voted in place what the tax-paying widgets of Colorado put in place with this title, with this very duplicitous ballot initiative, is they said, we would like to have our taxes increased anytime the state revenue exceeds the limits that we placed on it in 1992. Because the entire idea since 1992 has been to eliminate the citizen input in the taxation of the citizens of Colorado. There's nothing, citizens of Colorado, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, there's nothing that drives this General Assembly more batty than the fact that they don't have enough of your money. The tax policy in this room is to get more of your money. It's not to spend it wisely, it's to get more. The purpose of promising everything is to take it. That is socialism. So this whole thing, it is a diversion. Yes, my colleague is correct. It is a tax increase. Yes, it was in the Blue Book. Anything in the Blue Book, pretty much, is a tax. It's a significant change in tax policy. And if it comes out of this room, it is a tax increase. That is the only solution that this room has to overspending. Because it doesn't have a spending problem, this room thinks it has a not enough of your money problem. So this whole thing, the affordable housing, gaslighting, more gaslighting about affordable housing, is basically a ruse that they need to keep up. Despite record numbers of vacancies, they need to keep up the ruse of needing affordable housing in order to continue to take more money. And so here they're taking money. Anytime that there is going to be money by this, again, what it says it is, it ain't, saying that we're just going to divert it. The diversion is anything above the limits that were imposed by the citizens in 1992 to protect themselves and their progeny from the insatiable appetite, the insatiable addiction that this body has to more taxation. And now it just comes down to that it's fallen below that level, and so they want to make sure that their pet projects are funded. Because they don't have excess of your money to take, they want to make sure that nothing is taken from their pet projects. Because affordable housing is not their priority, taking your money is. Just flat out, taking your money is. If they want to make housing more affordable, get rid of the 1/3 of the cost on a home that's caused by excessive regulation. Get rid of the increase in asbestos regulation that just amped it up to more than a bundle of shingles, that creates more than a bundle of shingles or more than one sheet of drywall, turns that into a hazmat incident, turns a remodel job into a Superfund site, literally. So if this body wants to decrease the cost of housing, this body only needs to look as far as this body, because this body is responsible for the cost of housing. This body is not interested in affordable housing. It's interested in taking your money. It's interested in taking your money. Anything that's over the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, this says the General Assembly will take because affordable housing for the children, whatever. Whatever buzzword gets you to bite onto the hook and say yes to the Blue Book initiative. So citizens of Colorado, whether you're paying attention or not, some of you are, I know, and I appreciate that. If it's in the Blue Book, it's a tax increase. This is a significant tax increase, with an escape hatch to make sure that the other priorities that they actually have are funded. So it's not a diversion of your income tax. It's not a 1% of 1% diversion of your income tax. It is a tax increase. It is always a tax increase. Whenever this program is funded, it is a tax increase. Whenever it's not funded, this program just makes it go away because it's not actually a priority and it's not actually needed. There is so much wrong with the way this General Assembly does business and does it and gives the business to the citizens of Colorado every single day. It is really rather nauseating.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1360. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1361.
House Bill 1361 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of the Pay for Success Contracts program.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1361.
To the bill.
This is a repeal of the Pay for Success Contracts Fund, and the dollars that are remaining in this cash fund of $1.6 million will move over to the general fund. This program was put in place between ourselves and private investors clear back in 2015. And over that 10 plus years, there were 3 contracts. That's it. And the last of which ended in 23-24. So we are taking the remaining balance and bringing it over into the general fund. And I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1361, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1361. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1361 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1362.
House Bill 1362 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of the Decarbonization Tax Credits Administration Cash Fund.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1362.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill repeals the Decarbonization Tax Credit Administration Cash Fund, and it sweeps the unencumbered and unexpended balance to the general fund at the end of the fiscal year. The decarb tax credits are still operational. There is just a different financing mechanism, so it will be a straight general fund appropriation each year instead of this complex mechanism.
Seeing no further, Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1362, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1362. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 1362 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1363.
House Bill 1363 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning a temporary reduction in the general fund reserve.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1363.
To the bill.
This bill temporarily lowers our statutory requirement to have from a 15% reserve to a 13% reserve in order so that we may balance our budget for the coming fiscal year. And I'd ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1363. I've got Representative Marshall and then Representative DeGraff. Representative Marshall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L002 to House Bill 1363.
That's a proper motion. One moment, we'll get it displayed. Please proceed.
Members, this is a first part of a two-part piece where we are planning on raiding $45 million from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. It's actually $72 million, but $45 million of it is coming out of the corpus, from the principal. The other 27 is interest, but $45 million is coming straight out of the trust fund principal and the corpus. We're not even pretending anymore. This is not a 20-year interest-free, no payment loan, which anyone who's been in business knows if you told the IRS that and looked them in the eye, they'd say, turn around and let us handcuff you. That is not a loan. But we're not even trying to pretend anymore. We're swiping $45 million out of the corpus, which is not our money. It's in a trust fund. The Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, held in trust, private property. We are already in a lawsuit. The Treasury of the state of Colorado is already being sued for our swiping money out of the trust fund. A Fifth Amendment violation, according to the plaintiffs. Of private property shall not be taken without just compensation. We have no statute on the books that I know of, because we've talked about it multiple times, no statute on the books that at some point unclaimed property will escape to the state and default to the state. If we had that policy in place, it would be appropriate. We don't know what property is coming out of there. It's all fungible, and I understand that. A lot of it's not fungible, though. A lot of it's actual physical items that would need to be sold at auction if we had a proper Esquite statute that we could use, but we don't. We're just swiping $45 million that does not belong to the state and saying it belongs to us now. I think that's totally inappropriate. So this First Amendment just gives a little bit more out of the reserve so that we can have an honest budget with honor and can look at the taxpayers of the state and saying we're taking this hit, we're not just swiping private property to balance our budget. So I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L2? Rep. Bottoms or Rep. Sirota? Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment, understanding that we are talking essentially about two different bills, but we will get to the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund transfer bill. But members should know that within that bill, we are stopping the transfer that has been occurring year after year to pay for the adult dental fund within Medicaid. That transfer will stop going forward. Yes, we are taking some money from the UPTF this year, but that's essentially in exchange for stopping a transfer that has been ongoing for several years now, that is in the $60 million range. Also, though, we did not move the reserve from 15% to 13% lightly. We did it trying to balance our budget and trying to ensure a softer landing for the cuts, the ongoing cuts that we are having to make to programs across state government, but in particular in Medicaid, because that is the part of the budget that is growing at a pace that is unsustainable. But those additional cuts to keep a 15% reserve would have meant significant harm, I think, to the people of Colorado. So instead, we are moving the reserve to 13%. However, members should know that the Joint Budget Committee for the last 2 years has been given an overview of our general fund balance forecast and doing what has been referred to as a stress test on the reserve to show what would happen if the General Assembly moved into any sort of a recessionary situation. So just so folks are clear, if we were to head into a moderate recession, that would require us to move to immediate emergency cuts because we would have exhausted our entire reserve. We wouldn't be able to fund what we are funding now if we hit a moderate recession. And I read the paper yesterday, and folks' anxiety is significantly up in terms of their anxiety about the direction of our economy, war in Iran, gas prices sky high. We are in a very precarious position. And lowering the reserve below 13% is highly inadvisable. It isn't necessary. We can balance the budget at a 13% reserve. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I do think my colleague from Douglas County did get, he conflated two things here, but I understand what he's saying because he's right. The unclaimed property tax fund, by the way, the unclaimed property trust fund, I asked during appropriations, and I was told that we are not taking any from the excess percentage income. It's all coming from the body of it. I was told that in approps. And the statement was by the Assistant Chair of approps that we used up all of that interest a long time ago. So you're right, but you can even be more right on the next one. So when we get to that, we are actually just taking money, every single penny we're using right now from that, and I'll come back up on that bill when we get there, that we're using from the unclaimed property trust fund actually has people's names attached to it, every single penny of it, not any of its interest now. We're using people's money that belongs to the people of Colorado. But on this amendment, I don't think we should go down to 13%. I think 15% is what we need to be at. The reason they're doing stress tests and all of this for this is because this is the reserve that is set into statute that we have to have, and that going below this is extremely ill-advised. And so I'm not okay with going from 15 down to 13, much less any other changes along the way. This is a very bad idea. We continue to make very, very bad decisions in this room, and now we're wanting to bail ourselves out with the reserve that we have, which should not be touched. The reason it's called reserve is because it is there when a real recession happens. We're trying as hard as we can in this room to get us into recession, but we're not in full-blown recession yet. When that happens, that reserve has to be there. This is a very bad idea to do any changes to this. We need to stay at the 15%. We cannot go down to the 13%. Because the taxpayers, the rest of some of the article that was just mentioned too is saying that the people across the state of Colorado are not okay with what the leadership of our state is doing in this arena. The leadership of our state, which is all Democrat, Governor, this room Democrat, Senate Democrat, they are saying that they are not okay with what the Democrat leadership is doing, and that's why the numbers are falling so quickly. For the Democrat Party is because of budget issues, because of crime issues, because of all these different things that are decided in this room. Going from 15 down to 13 will put us in jeopardy because we know that the bad decisions that are being made in this room will continue to be made. And so we cannot lower the reserve. The reserve and Tabor are the only hope that we have to combat the left in this room, and we've got to stay strong on this. It should not go to 15 to 13. It should not go any lower. It should not be pulling money from anywhere to prop this up. Just stay at 15 and try to figure out how to deal with the money like anybody else in the state of Colorado has to do when things get tight. And the reason things are tight, this side of the room, we've got to stop it.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. So this is an interesting conversation because it does put us into the shoes of the JBC, frankly, in the sense of trying to balance different priorities. We need to find money to pay for certain things, and the JBC is presenting in the underlying bill being discussed here the idea of tapping into our savings, right? Tapping into our household state savings. And that is concerning It's concerning in light of what was pointed to with all of the geopolitical dynamics going on, as well as the different drought dynamics going on in our state, whether that's for fire or agriculture. We are on the precipice of some potentially very hard times where having some savings in the bank will be important for us. Reducing those savings in order to cover other programs is not something that I am comfortable with, recognizing we will probably have to draw into those savings more and more. It's one thing when you're cutting all of the programs you can cut, and then you need to get into your savings. It's another thing when we're looking right now at House Appropriation Committee bills pending that total nearly $230 million more dollars. We're continuing to spend. We're continuing to create new programs and make new promises, all while saying, well, we'll just dip into our savings. Savings we very well may need in the not too distant future. And so my general stance on the underlying bill is that we shouldn't go that direction. We should find the dollars from other places. But this particular amendment creates even more challenge because what is being done here is connected to another bill. That other bill is saying we're going to pull money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. In essence, the bank account that belongs to individuals and companies and what have you in our state. It doesn't actually belong to the state of Colorado. We hold it in trust. We're the fiduciary over it until such time as people claim their money. These are dollars that come from when you move and the utility company has a refund for you and can't get to you. And so they send those dollars after a period of time to the state with your name tied to it so that you can claim that and get those dollars back. And the other bill that this amendment is pointing to says that we should be able to tap into those dollars, not the interest that is made on those dollars, but the actual dollars themselves, the people's money themselves, the principal, in order to cover our shortfall. And so what this amendment says is, no. We can't take out of somebody else's bank account. If we don't have the money, we need to take out of our own savings. And that creates this tension for those of us who don't want to be taking out of the savings at all. And yet, it's even worse, I think, I agree with the amendment sponsor, to be taking out of someone else's bank account in order to pay for the things we refuse to cut, especially since, as I mentioned, currently sitting on the docket of the Appropriations Committee is an additional $230 million worth of sending. So I think I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rainy Day Fund. To the families of Colorado, that usually means a recommendation of 3 to 6 months. You should be able to cover your expenses for 3 to 6 months. That's 25% to 50%. And here we are, not because we have a revenue problem again, but because we have a spending problem. Instead of coming into this session with all the tools on the table, taking apart all of the budget, not just the part of the budget that the JBC is allowed to see, but all of the budget, line by line, where we would vote on priorities of the General Assembly and rebuild that budget, bolt by bolt, nut by nut, piece by piece. Nope. What we're going to do is we're going to dip into the Rainy Day Fund. We're going to dip into the Rainy Day Fund because And then we do this stress test that it's only going to be 15, well, we don't really need 15%, we only need 13%. Possibly because the idea is to always go into the citizens' pockets of Colorado. But if the state of Colorado, of course, the state of Colorado has really no regard for the status of the state of Coloradans. Just a general idea that the citizens of Colorado are keeping far too much money in their pockets. The tax-paying widgets of Colorado have no need for their own money, according to the General Assembly. We have things like talking about Medicaid. Is it an unsustainable growth? Why? Well, programs like funding medical care for illegals, a $14.7 million program now capped at 95. We should feel good about that. We've capped a $14.7 million program at $95 million. And we wonder why it's unsustainable. Unsustainable growing at 8% per year means it doubles every 8 years. Normal fiat currency of 2%, 2.5% means everything doubles in 20 years, roughly 20 years. 8% growth means it doubles every 8 years. So that means it would go from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32. So exactly like the JBC said, that is unsustainable because population is not growing at that rate. Yet our Medicaid is. We're not doubling our population every 8 years. It's not doubling ever. It would take like a 2.5% to actually double, which would make sense, 2.5% in order to be sustainable over time. And we're at a fraction of 1. And yet we have our programs on a structurally unsustainable growth pattern. And are we dealing with that? No. What we're doing is we're trimming at the edges and we're saying we're going to take 15% down to 13% and lower our margin for error. We're going to lower our margin for hardship. I mean, it's not much, it's only 2%, but we're also operating at 15% instead of 25 to 50%, which is where we should be if we were looking at a true rainy day fund. So this is not moving in the direction of fiscal responsibility because the General Assembly has no intention of moving in the direction of fiscal responsibility. The General Assembly has the intention of tax-extracting more money from the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, which is why they will, next year, after the election, then they will go after the Taxpayer Bill of Rights even harder. It'll be next year, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it'll be next year because they don't want to take it on during an election year because they know the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is very popular.
Let's get back to the reserves, please.
But I think the reserves are something that the taxpayers of Colorado, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, should actually have a concern about. Because that gives them a buffer with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So we're looking at pulling $72 million out of the rainy day fund. And to speak to the concerns around where the economy is going, because it was discussed by the sponsors, Denver area metro around 356 to 378 per gallon in recent weeks, months. Prices have fluctuated. Denver peak has reached approximately 478 to 492 per gallon in June of 2022. I'm not sure who was president then. 478 in Denver, 429 in the Denver area. So this aligns with national peak, 493 to 503. Colorado statewide followed a similar pattern, 470 to 480. So we haven't even reached the Biden era gas prices. Now versus the 2022 peak, 356 to 378, roughly $1 to $1.36 than the Biden era summer high. So why is there anxiety? There's anxiety because it's manufactured anxiety. Suddenly, there's a concern about gas prices when there was no concern about gas prices. There's a concern about the direction of the economy. There's manufactured concern about the direction of the economy, not when the economy was growing at a record rate of inflation of 22.5% over 4 years. Unprecedented. Unprecedented in history. Devaluing your wages by 25% in 4 years. Yeah, people are concerned about the direction of the economy, but we've already stated that the economy has turned around and we're expected to be back in the black next year, so I find that very interesting. Stats don't lie. Liars do stats. So we're talking about gutting or tapping into the rainy day fund. It's only 15%, but we're talking about taking 2% out. We're talking about taking like, what is that, about 12%, 2/15. About 12%, I think. Somebody can do that math for me. That we are taking this down. And we are not only overspending, because again, we don't have a spending problem. We have a spending problem. We don't have a revenue problem. We have enough money from the citizens of Colorado to actually fund a functional government. But what we have is a dysfunctional government, and this budget does not fix it. And taking 2% more, taking 12% out of the general, taking 12% out, being Garcia'd by Taggart. 13.33%. I appreciate that. I think 12% was close. 12.5%. 12.5%.
I mean, it sounds like a stat.
It sounds like a stat, yes. Well, that stat doesn't lie.
Just acknowledging.
It would depend on what I did with that stat.
Sure.
But I appreciate that. So I appreciate the amendment sponsor's effort to get us back into some semblance of fiscal responsibility. And I realize this is not a dig on the JBC. The JBC has done the yeoman's work in trying to work inside the confines that are allowed to it. It would be nice if the JBC had resolution and had transparency on the entirety of the budget. It does not. It would be nice if we put some forensic analysis into this budget. We have not. In fact, it's been resisted at all levels. So, yeah, I support this amendment, trying to get some fiscal responsibility. We should be moving this rainy day fund into a higher level, and then we could possibly tap into the interest on that. And then we could live on that interest and have that comfortable nest egg in case we ever reach that point. But instead, this General Assembly continues to throw the stick in the front spokes and then say, well, it's Donald Trump's fault. It's not. It's the General Assembly's fault. You need to get your spending under control. You need to stop asking for the money of citizens of Colorado. You need to stop tapping into the rainy day fund. And we need to have an actual serious talk about our budget.
Further discussion on House Bill 1363? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Rep. Luck. The amendment, L2, Representative Marshall. Appreciate you having my back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just had a couple last little points because of the discussion that happened earlier. The $45 million, again, it's just my understanding, that is what's coming out of the corpus per the Treasury and per our JBC members, and that's the part that is very, very concerning. So as our colleague from far, far away pointed out, if we are going to take money out of someone's savings account, it should be our own and not taking property that belongs to other people. But I will defend the JBC vigorously on this reserve requirement. Historically, Colorado only carried a 5% reserve, and we got hammered in the last recession. So it has been a very fiscally responsible JBC that has been protecting a 15% reserve for the next recession for several years. But again, when the choice is coming down between us rating our own savings account or rating the savings accounts or the property of other people, we really need to go to our own. And if I could have found $45 million in the hour I had to put the amendment together somewhere else in the budget, I would have gone there. But this is the right thing to do. So I ask for a yes. Thank you.
Further discussion on L2. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L2 to House Bill 1363. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Rutenau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L001 to HB 1363 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. One moment.
Okay, the amendment is displayed. Representative Rutenau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer this amendment because I believe that we can do better for our health care system. And I believe this is a way to do it while keeping this budget balanced. I want to be clear about something first. $1 billion shortfall caused in part by the decisions of our federal government does not leave anyone with easy choices. I respect the work of our JBC and what they've done so far, and I know every member is approaching this budget in good faith. I'm not here to condemn this process. I'm here to fight for a different outcome within it. This amendment is my attempt to protect programs that are facing deep reductions. Programs that serve people who have no fallback, no savings account, no family wealth to absorb what comes next. I want to name those programs because regardless of how this vote goes today, I want this chamber to know exactly what we should all be fighting for. Rural communities in Colorado are facing a behavioral health crisis that has been building for years. Our farmers and ranchers die by suicide at nearly 1.5 times the state average. Most rural counties meet less than 40% of the demand for behavioral health services. The programs at risk in this budget are not redundant. In many of these communities, they are the only thing there is. We must fight to restore them. Kinship families are facing the loss of financial support many of them depend on to make life work. Grandparents, aunts and uncles, neighbors who said yes when a child needed someone. The USDA estimates it costs over $1,000 a month to raise a child. These families were receiving a few $100s. We must keep fighting to keep this support in place. Children who have already experienced trauma deserve continuity in their adoption assistance, in their guardianship arrangements, in the stability that those programs are designed to provide. We must fight to protect that. Medicaid providers are being asked to absorb rate reductions that, stacked on what has already been rescinded this year, push some of them to the edge of what is financially survivable. When a practice closes, it does not close quietly. It closes on the lives of families who have nowhere to go. We must fight to hold those rates. The developmental disabilities waiver waitlist is already years long. Nearly 2,800 Coloradans with developmental disabilities are waiting right now for services that allow them to live with dignity outside of institutional care. The reductions in this budget would dramatically cut new enrollments and push the waitlist to 14 years. Community-based care costs a fraction of institutional care. This does not ultimately save us money. It defers costs to a more expensive system. We must fight to hold those slots. We must fight for family caregivers being asked to do more with less, for people with developmental disabilities facing new cost-sharing requirements, for children whose community services face new caps, for local public health agencies, for the Community Behavioral Health Disaster Program, for the law enforcement officers whose mental health support is on the chopping block. This amendment offers a specific, workable path. This bill already reduces the general fund reserve requirement from 15% to 13%, freeing over $300 million to balance this budget. My amendments reduce that floor by a bit more than a percentage point, freeing up the resources to cover all of these healthcare programs that I just mentioned before. And the budget remains balanced. The people who rely on these programs cannot afford these cuts. We must fight to find every available avenue to restore what our budget constraints are compelling us to cut. This fight does not end today. But I hope this amendment helps shine a light on how we can help save some of our most critical programs. And with that, I withdraw L001 from HB 1363.
Thank you, Representative Rutinel. Amendment L1 will be withdrawn. We are now back to the bill. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come back up to just reiterate my concern related to taking money from the emergency reserves. The more that we take from this fund, obviously the less that we will have in it. And it concerns me as we approach potentially greater economic turmoil. If we're not bringing money in because of a variety of factors, whether that's overregulation as a result of decisions made in this building or factors in the Strait of Hormuz or anything in between, we will be in a bad way if we continue to pull from a fund while at the same time increasing spending in other places. I am concerned about whether we are fully prepared for the potential fires this year, for the drought ramifications on our farmers, on our crops, on our food supply. And I'm also concerned because last year we came and talked budget twice and basically had to reduce the budget by $1 billion in each discussion, once around this time last year and once in August of last year. And during those conversations, this body rated all of the couch cushions they could find within the state budget. Those are gone. This year, we're rating additional layers of couch cushion. What happens next year when the forecasts say we have to cut $1 billion again? All of the conversations we're having about cutting services and what the impact that will have will be even more pronounced. There'll be even greater levels of suffering because there won't be that cushion. I think from my standpoint, we should continue to look into more and more cuts of programs, especially programs that are being requested for creation this year, than to take it out of these reserves when we don't know whether we're going to need to draw down from them because of a true emergency in the very near future.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Assistant Majority Leader. I agree with the representative from Penrose. I see this in everyday life with friends who live outside their means and then they live on credit cards and the interest on credit cards piles up, and before you know it, they're trying to pay back the interest on their credit cards. They have no money for a rainy day fund and they are just paying interest after interest, and they're not prepared for a disaster or a medical emergency or any of those things. And this is what this will do. The fund reserve is a rainy day fund meant to cover unexpected revenue shortfalls or emergencies, economic downturns, disasters, and unexpected costs. Previously, it was 15% of the general fund, providing a solid cushion. The proposed reduction to 13% decreases that cushion by roughly $320 to $350 million for fiscal year 2026. And I believe that it's going to be less financial safety for Coloradans. And we're already seeing huge wait lists for the IDD community. We have 2,800 people on that wait list. The wait list is an average of 7 years, and we already talked about the fiscal impact of that could create these wait lists going up to 14 years. The state is intentionally leaving itself less prepared for emergencies, which could force drastic cuts to Medicaid, K through 12, or IDD services if revenue drops. And what about the fire emergencies? I've had 2 fires in my district already, one on Santa Fe and one in a campground in Roxborough. We are not prepared for the fire disasters that are going to hit this summer. Encourages short-term fixes over long-term stability. Reducing the reserve can justify rating dedicated funds, just like we saw with Prop 123, or unclaimed trust funds to balance the budget. And I believe it sets a dangerous precedent. I think just like it sets a dangerous precedent to keep piling up credit card debt and keep paying the interest only and not carving down the actual debt that you're accruing. It prioritizes immediate budget balancing over statutory and voter-mandated protections. I think it magnifies risk of administrative bloat. With administrative costs growing 14% over 5 years, we're expanding bureaucracy while weakening the financial shield meant to protect Coloradans. It's an upside-down priority. And we're not closing down the waitlist gaps. We're not making Colorado more affordable. We're just finding different ways to rob Peter to pay Paul. Coloradans expect a stable budget. Reducing the reserve sends a signal that financial safeguards are negotiable, even in the face of voter-approved measures like Prop 123. In Prop 123, I saw that in a Tabor surplus, you don't take it, but in a Tabor, when we don't have one, you can. But when we have a Tabor surplus, that is because we're not creating new enterprises and new fees on the people of Colorado. So we are taking from the people that have governed that money or asked that money to be spent specifically. The general fund reserve is designed to cover unexpected revenue shortfalls or emergencies like economic downturns. Dropping it from 15% to 13% means there's less money on hand, making the state more vulnerable if the economy dips or revenues fall short. We're already slashing programs. We have been talking about it for 2 days now, to K through 12 education, Medicaid, the IDD communities. We had arguments about it yesterday, veteran services. We are picking winners and losers, and now we're going to dip into our reserve. And I think that should scare every Coloradan. I am in strong opposition to this. There is another way. It's not this way. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at the budget of the last, since like 2019, direct comparison, 30 to 35.5 billion, up to 46 to 48.8 billion. 32 to 53% increase, depending on the exact baseline used for 2019. The higher figure yields more moderate. So let's just use 30%, 32%. 32% increase in budget. Then we've also blown through about what, $4 billion in excess. We've got another $4 billion in participation trophies, certificates of participation. And the solution is to dip into the rainy day fund that is only 15%, not 25 to 50% like a typical family would have a rainy day fund, but only 15%, and we're going to lower it by 13.33%. And I should have had that in my head, but I didn't. I apologize. So I appreciate the correction. I appreciate the phone a friend. But again, this is the running out of other people's money. This is the end result of the politics of plunder. Legalized plunder. Eventually, you run out of other people's money. We have $14.7 million programs capped at $95 million program. And we're dipping in. So why are we not with our basically our one constitutional obligation to achieve inside of the 120-day maximum. Why are we this far in before we're actually digging into the actual budget and the solutions are to tap into the future, to tap into the reserves? I think this is a good indication that we need to go back to the drawing board, that we need all hands on deck, that we need to stop passing spending bills with miraculously $0 fiscal notes that we know are not true. Something to put in a line item to come out later on in the future. Programs like we just talked about with affordable housing that are only designed, not a serious effort to actually lower the cost of housing, but only to lower the returns that would otherwise become from the taxpayer Bill of Rights. So while I appreciate the work of the JBC inside of the framework that they are allowed to operate, I don't think we have an actual serious consideration for the financial state of the state. So I ask for a no vote on tapping into what is basically the protection of the state. And then even though it was, I think, more of a campaign speech to lower it down to another 2%, that because we can see where the precedent of this takes us. Once you tap it and go from, because if 15% is good as 25%, then 11 or 13% is as good as 15%, then who's to say that 11% is not as good as 15%, or 11% is not as good as 13%? So I asked for a no vote on this. I think we need to go back. I think we need to shake out I think we need to shake the fraud out of the couch cushions rather than going out and trying to pick more money out of the pockets of Coloradans, or I think the most serious effort to deal with the budget of Colorado was the pick-a-penny amendment from last year. Because I don't think this is it.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No one's pockets are being picked. This is a reserve. This is what it's for. We're trying to utilize 2%, make a 2% reduction from 15% to 13%. I have yet to hear from folks where you think we should take an additional $300-some million a year. On that last bill, I just heard you didn't want to take the Prop 123 dollars. We'll get back to the long bill at some point, but most of the amendments that I saw running, you didn't want us to make those cuts to Medicaid. Where is it you think we should cut $300-some million? Should we return to a budget stabilization factor? Is that the preferred path? I don't know. I didn't hear it. We did the best we could. This is a reasonable path forward. And I think when we get back to the long bill, I'm going to ask the same questions. When you say, don't make these cuts. We put in a 2% across the board provider rate reduction in Medicaid. That's about, every 1% of that provider rate reduction is about $48 million, including a 13% reserve on that expenditure. Do you want a 10% provider rate reduction? Tell me where you want the hundreds of millions of dollars to come from. Which Coloradans do you want to devastate by keeping a 15% reserve and making those cuts elsewhere in the budget? Tell me where you want the money to come from.
AML Winter.
Thank you, AML Bacon. Colleagues, the quandary that we're in today is something that I talk about and rural legislators talk about all the time. The unfunded mandates that we have come out of this building into small and rural counties cause my county commissioners to have to do this every year. They have to dip into their reserves to keep up with the unfunded mandates that drop in on their head out of the building. And I just ask you all, as we talk about this today and we see the struggles that we're having trying to come up with a balanced budget, imagine this happens in House District 47 every year because of legislation that is passed out of this building. So please, as we have these discussions and your rural legislators come up and try to explain what their commissioners go through as more and more unfunded mandates are piled on top of their heads every year, the stress that everybody's going through, the watching the cutting of programs that everybody is seeing happen, the hard decisions that are having to be made, picking winners and losers, it's very uncomfortable. And now you all know how my county commissioners feel every single year. So please, as we battle through this, realize that this hard week is what they go through every single year. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there's many parts of yesterday that some of us might want to forget, but there were several of us that came to this microphone and offered reductions in spending. Maybe not 350 million, but we haven't gotten all the way through. But to my recollection, every amendment that was brought that would have reduced spending was rejected. And I think we need to start taking some of those thoughts that are being brought by other members of this chamber seriously. We might not get to 350, but we could get very close if everything that we were looking at suggesting should be cut is cut. And I would ask that that be recognized, not ignored. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Minority Leader. This is not a rainy day. This is self-inflicted pain. This is overspending. This is kicking the can down the road. This is self-inflicted. We have offered time and time again, and then you say, which Coloradans do you want to devastate? Which Coloradans do you want to devastate? Well, of course we don't want to devastate any Coloradans. We'd also like to not have them be completely dependent on the government after the government takes all their money, after you take all their money. We fight that the Coloradans will have some reserve, will have some resiliency in their own families. Instead of being forced into a corner with energy prices based on your superstitions, I brought a bill that would have easily had a $1.5 billion impact on the state of Colorado. Kept it in the majority party said no. Transparency in medical prices. A proven track record. Information that allows self-paid plans to save $1,500 per employee could have easily, the projections are in the billions. I brought years ago, I brought amendments, I brought bills to not send 4 million ballots into the system at a cost of roughly $8 a piece, and if they happened, in the best case, if they got returned, another $2. But let's just say they don't get returned and they're used for fraudulent purposes. Doesn't matter. That's $32 million every election cycle that could have been saved, that was rejected by the majority party. That money, I'm presuming 32 million over 10 election cycles, that would be your $300 million. So you can't come back and say that we have not offered any cuts. We have systematically rejected the increase in spending, the spending that puts people in this dependency cycle. And when you created this dependency cycle, it's going to create an issue when you yank the rug out from underneath people. We're not advocating for more spending. We did not advocate for what Prop 123 spending. What we know about that Prop 123, it was just pure duplicity to tap into and eliminate the refunds that would have otherwise come out of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Under the pretense of it being a diversion. So no, we don't put people in these positions. We don't put them in a position where they're dependent, where they have this fealty to government spending, because we don't believe in the enslavement of the individual. These government programs that have been created create an enslavement of the individual. And it also creates hardship. And so we're not advocating for more spending, we're advocating for wise spending, we're advocating for wise cuts. We have audits on single departments where hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud are known to have occurred, and yet we have the state defending that fraud and fighting to make sure that it continues. Not the JBC, the state, the governor, the AG, fighting to make sure that that fraud stays in the system. Money that could cover quite a lot of this. And that's one department. We don't know what else is out there. What we know is that what has grown is the 15,000 state employees that have offset the 15,000 that have been lost to the actual economy. So we've lost actual economy, 15,000 workers, and we've created more parasite economy with government workers, and then we've said, oh, look, we're growing. That's not the JBC's fault. That's your fault.
Representative DeGraff, I have provided a lot of latitude. I do know there was a question asked, but I would like us now to talk about the bill in regards to the reduction in general fund.
Yes, ma'am.
For
Thank
the
you.
reserves.
Appreciate that. We are talking about spending future money. We have this money to protect future Colorado from hardship. The hardship that we have right now is hardship that is created by the General Assembly. And that hardship is only going to be made worse when there's no buffer there to deal with it. We should be growing this reserve, demonstrating for our children what proper fiscal responsibility looks like, but instead the General Assembly is spending more, is spending future money, and now it's spending emergency money. The tax junkies need to get a hold of their addiction.
I'm just going to pause for a moment. Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I was just going to pick right up from that.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Was it just from the?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have to admit, I just had a bit of an odd flashback. I have a little sweat on my brow still. It was an uncomfortable flashback. That a discussion that we had here. And yes, please. My esteemed member from JBC.
Hold on one second.
Thanks,
Representative
Madam Chair. And
Representative Taggart.
And thanks, Representative Brooks. Later this afternoon, we're going to roll in hospital beds, if that's okay with you.
Thank you. And to the bill, Representative Brooks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. What people can probably not see is that some pediatric kind of units here were just rolled over here. I think, to be fair, the Joint Budget Committee has been riding the pine, to use baseball parlance, for quite a long time, and I'm sure that their sitting units are becoming a little sore. So they got some new chairs wheeled in here that look to be much more comfortable. So that's what the reference was about having some beds rolled in here. Just trying to make sure the Joint Budget Committee is comfortable, as comfortable as they can be through a very uncomfortable process. It's a segue back to the bill, and as comfortable as they can be listening to my flashback. The flashback that occurred for me was I can't necessarily pinpoint the time in my life, but I know that I had an uncomfortable conversation around my family budget that was in essence what just happened here. The question was, well, what do you expect us to do? Where do you think this money is going to come from? How do you think we are going to pay this bill if we don't pay for it on a credit card? Not going to go into my family financials here, but yeah, I'm not a trust fund kid. So there have been several conversations, difficult conversations. I'm not saying anybody is, by the way. Several difficult conversations that I've had to deal with when it comes to family budgeting and family planning, and arguments over where do you think this is going to come from? When perhaps I was arguing that we can't go further into debt, we can't go further into the hole, we can't dig ourselves down any further. But yet the argument was, well, where do you think this is going to come from? That right there is to signal an oncoming disaster, rapidly oncoming disaster. And at the time, there was no answer. And at the time now that we're facing, there is no easy answer. And so while I am not in favor, and I will vote no against dipping into the reserve, it is not because I expect the Joint Budget Committee to come up here and pull out from page 798 of their books that are on their laps a magical solution. Because I know they've been working very, very difficult. There's not a solution that you can come up with right now that is going to answer where is it going to come from. I understand that. What point that I feel is imperative to drive home is that we need to recognize the situation that we are in right now. Last year we had very difficult budget discussions, and if we think we're going to roll up in here come next year and it'll be puppy dogs and roses and we'll be able to get back to just having our great ideas funded, I mean, I don't know what world y'all living in. And I really don't think that anybody believes that that's going to be our reality next session. If that's not our reality next session, if we're going to be dealing with this again next session, then at what point do we realize that even more has to be done? More will have to be done next budget season, because we cannot continue to deplete our savings account to the tune of $700-some million to be able to pay for what we have perhaps not so wisely committed to paying for. We've got to find a way out of the situation that we're in, not by raiding the general fund. This is a signal at a very basic financial literacy level that there is a problem. There is a freight train coming at us. We're dipping into our savings because we have no other option. We're dipping into the reserve because we have no other option. There is not an answer right now. I understand that. My point is simply, folks, collectively, we've got to start doing a lot more work to help our Joint Budget Committee figure out how we're going to solve this, because hoping that it's going to go away, hoping that the Joint Budget Committee is going to find a magical solution for us so we can continue to promote our programs and get our big ideas funded and have all of our great policy ideas just magically just happen. Come on. I'll be voting no on this.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1363? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1363 is passed. Mr. Shi will please read the title to House Bill 1364.
House Bill 1364 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the calculation of the Consumer Price Index for the 2025 calendar year.
Representative Taggart.
Oh, you're right.
There's a committee report. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1364 in the committee report.
To the committee report.
Committee report just further clarifies from a technical standpoint the particular consumer price index that we're going to be using from this point forward, in not only in our revenue projections, but also on the expense, on the appropriation side.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is all about consistency, and what we call out in this bill is, first and foremost, for CPI purposes, we're using the 2024 Denver Aurora Lakewood Consumer Price Increase, and it as well averages normally you would take the full year, but in this particular case, we're doing 2 6-month periods in averaging. And you may ask why, and that is because of the fact that CPIs, we weren't able to calculate those in the month of October because of the federal shutdown. So differing from normal years, we're taking the 2 6-month periods and averaging them. Takes it a step further to make sure we use that same percentage, which I believe is 2.4%, for the purposes of revenue, for the purpose of the CCAP, the Tabor CCAP, school finance obligations, and other appropriations. And for me, it's just being consistent on an ongoing basis.
Discussion.
And I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an interesting bill. I will confess I have not read the actual bill language. I'm just focusing on the fiscal note here. My expectation is that this is the first time that we have, as a legislature, messed with the CPI for obvious reasons. But if that's not the case, if there are other examples of when we have messed with the CPI and determining what inflation is equivalent to, I would be very grateful in knowing that. I think it's important, again, for the folks in the gallery and the folks that listen at home to recognize the power of inflation on the state's budget. It's a major contributing factor into the conversation because under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, the amount of money that the state can keep every year is determined by a formula that includes population and inflation. So if inflation is going down or staying the same, then the amount of money that the state can keep will go down or stay the same. If inflation is going up, then correspondingly the state gets to keep more dollars. And so when we look at a CPI, we are actually having a conversation about that piece of the formula, that part of the equation, and what that number should be. And in a budget crisis, for those who want to close that gap, obviously having a higher inflation number can assist with that because of the fact it can. I'm not saying it does, I'm just saying it can assist with that. Insofar as if the inflation goes up, then the amounts could also go up. What's curious about this, as I'm reading through the fiscal note, is that it is fluctuating in terms of its impact on the state budget. There are certain instances where having this higher inflation rate will actually cost the state more money. There are other instances where it will cause the state not to have to transfer dollars from one fund to another, which in some ways preserves and protects the general fund in those instances. But what most sticks out to me is the fact that because of this change, Tabor refunds, or the refunds back to the people, will be decreased by $19 million for this current fiscal year. Again, when we consider trying to balance our state budget and monitor and mediate all of those different pieces, it makes sense in this instance to raise that inflationary rate in this way. But I'm concerned because at the end of the day, it allows the state again to spend more at the expense of the taxpayer. And we will disagree on this because our philosophies about the role of government are different. My philosophy on the role of government, in terms of answering a prior question, would be to cut the vast majority of the things the state funds, because I don't believe, and many of my constituents don't believe, that that is the role of government to do. Not that it shouldn't be done in society, just that it's not the role of the government to take on those things. And so when I consider this bill, I do find it interesting. I question whether there were other equations that were used to reach a CPI. Like, was there a quarterly, average as opposed to a half-year average? I even question whether it is ultimately necessary, what the significance is, and this is something that your subject matter expertise could speak into, as to why there is even a problem with just having 11 months as opposed to 12, and if that's a legal standard, if that is, what that goes. Because I think my constituents, understanding the larger conversation that they see as an assault on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, would put this bill in that category of an assault, a nice trick in order to raise the inflation, in order to then reduce the Tabor refunds, in order to then allow for the state budget to garner additional funds, right? If I'm looking at this table correctly, we're looking at roughly $9 million that the state is now gaining instead of the people directly to them back in their refunds. And so I just make those comments. Again, I am happy in the event that I'm misunderstanding this for you all to explain, because you are in this day in and day out, as to those points. But I did want to put on the record those concerns that I have and the general thoughts about, adjusting this calculation in order to then possibly garner more dollars and divide that spread.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did get a presentation from our nonpartisan staff, our chief economist, and what we were presented with is that this is a more accurate representation of CPI. It's not a typical situation that you would just not have a month where this was calculated. And if we did not do it this way, it is more heavily weighting the beginning of the year than it is the end of the year. And so the analysis that we received is that this is actually just a more accurate way of representing CPI over the course of 1 year. And so, yes, it does have a consequence that you described. It makes some numbers go up, some numbers go down, but we are applying it consistently across all of the parts of statute that use CPI as a lever to set a formula for a number. It is a matter of consistency.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1364. All of those in favor, please say aye. All of those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1364 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1366.
House Bill 1366 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning enhancing state-directed payments for physician services rendered by medical professionals at Denver Health and Hospital Authority and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure to move House Bill 1366.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important bill for us to ensure that Denver Health we are using state-directed payments through the Chase enterprise to bring in more federal dollars at no additional cost to the general fund to support the incredibly important work that Denver Health does.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say that we all know the value that Denver Health brings to the state and how they really serve as a safety net hospital to the entire state. They serve people from really all counties across the state of Colorado. And this is a really smart way for us to be able to increase our support for Denver Health. So we would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to ask for 3 sentences worth of grace from you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Denver Health. I worked on a bill earlier this year, and they have a beautiful model as relates to their maternal health care. And I just want to thank them for the good work that they do and for the way that they honor the professionals across the board in that space.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1366? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1366 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1367.
House Bill 1367 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning federal money payable as reimbursement of a public expenditure when the federal money exceeds 50% of the expenditure amount.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1367.
To the bill.
This bill, again, is a straightforward bill that that was brought to us by our leadership in HCFA that just strictly addresses the fact that we did not take advantage of the increase in federal matching funds for Medicaid during the point of coronavirus as a part of the Corona Response Act, and this just makes an adjustment for that particular purpose.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1367. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1367 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1368.
House Bill 1368 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning eliminating a transfer from the Limited Gaming Fund to the Innovative Higher Education Research Fund.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1368.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill eliminates an annual transfer from the Limited Gaming Fund to the Innovative Higher Education Research Fund, which will result instead in $2.1 million being diverted to the general fund. These are matching dollars that institutions of higher education utilized to draw, they utilize for a match for various research grants, and I think it was a good and valuable use of money, but it is simply something we decided we cannot afford.
Is there
Ask for an aye vote.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1368? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1368 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1369.
House Bill 1369 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of a requirement to contract for use of an online platform for higher education institutions for public benefits.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1369.
To the bill.
This bill repeals the need for this online platform for public benefits for higher education students that was created by Senate Bill 22-182. Under current law, the DHE is required to contract for this, and the bill eliminates this requirement. It helps to reduce state general fund expenditures by $45,000 annually.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1369. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1369 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1370.
House Bill 1370 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the transfer of money from the limited gaming fund to other cash funds.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1370.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, under current law, the state treasurer transfers $15 million from the limited gaming fund to the Colorado Travel and Tourism Promotion Fund at the end of each fiscal year. And starting in the current fiscal year and continuing annually, that will become a $14 million transfer, and $1 million is transferred to the Museum and Preservation Operations account of the State Historical Fund due to the decreased allocations that History Colorado has been receiving to do the work of preserving all of our state historical documents and records. So this will be utilized for them to be able to maintain their operations. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1370? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1370 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1371.
House Bill 1371 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning adding repeal dates for certain higher education programs with limited purpose fee-for-service contracts.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill
I'm sorry.
1371.
Can you, I'm sorry, hold on one second. I'm sorry, excuse me. Representative Taggart, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1371.
To the bill.
This bill repeals 3 limited purpose fee-for-service contracts with some of our institutions of higher education. And I'll read them to you. One of them is the Improve Healthcare Access for Older Coloradans. One is the Career Technical Education and Apprenticeship Alignment Project, and one is the creation of career pathways for students created by another bill. It results in a savings of not in this year's fiscal year or in next year's fiscal year. We're giving our institutions 2 years of forewarning on this program, but in 28-29, it reduces obligations by just over $1 million.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to appreciate my good colleague from Grand Junction and his work on this bill as well as on the JBC. I think it's a really important thing to take a moment to recognize that cuts like this in this particular bill are really difficult. These are obviously programs that do a lot of good. As my good colleague mentioned, the program Improve Healthcare Access for Older Coloradans was created by Senate Bill 2331. And this program does a lot of good to make sure that health care is more accessible for some of our older Coloradans. We also have an important career and technical education program that was created by Senate Bill 24104. And this bill, unfortunately, will need to cut $55,000 out of that program. And then finally, the program that my good colleague mentioned, the Career Pathways for Students, this program we're having to cut about $43,000 from that. These are in the current fiscal year, but the savings the savings will grow to 1.7 million per year by 2028, 29. I will just add that we are doing our part to try to maintain the core funding for our institutions of higher education. And part of knowing how to live within your means is knowing, where we can cut money, even if it is painful, without affecting the core programs. So this bill is part of our mission at the JBC to protect that core funding, especially for folks who need it the most. Okay. And so for that, we'll ask for an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1371 till after House Bill 1372.
House Bill 1371 will be laid over until after House Bill 1372. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1372.
House Bill 1372 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning requirements for spending appropriations for the Auraria Higher Education Center.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, I move
Representative
House Bill.
Taggart, sorry to interrupt. Can you move the bill?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1372.
To the bill.
This bill is a bill that we actually did last year as well for the Auraria Higher Education Center. Last year, we determined that it was better that we, through the general fund, pay for these services with the Auraria Center, and then reduce our fee-for-service contracts with the three institutions that do receive the benefits of this administration. Because we had a situation, because I think everybody knows that these are three distinct enterprises, and when they were paying back into the Auraria Education Center, it became a Tabor issue. So instead of having that complication, we pay it directly out of the general fund, and in fact, we reduce the fee for service with those three institutions. It nets out zero, but it reduces the Tabor impact of coming from an enterprise back into the general fund and having it part of the Tabor cap. It is a better way to do it.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1372. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1372 is passed. Madam,
Okay.
hold on.
What's happening?
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1371.
House Bill 1371 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning adding repeal dates for certain higher education programs with limited purpose fee-for-service contracts.
Okay, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1371.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an amendment. I move L002 to House Bill 1371.
Okay. Amendment L2 is displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is based on conversations with institutions of higher education. They move up some of the repeal dates at the request of those institutions of higher education, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L2 is passed. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1371. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1371 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1373.
House Bill 1373 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning reducing monthly subsidy reimbursement percentages for child welfare services provider contracts and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1373.
to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a difficult bill. We had difficult discussions around this, this bill.
Oh, do we have to move?
1373.
There's no committee report for it.
Sorry, I don't see a committee report for 1373.
Okay, great.
This is just the canary. There's no amendment. Yeah.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill adjusts the monthly subsidy payment rates for the Adoption Assistance Program and the Relative Guardian Assistance Program for contracts that take effect starting July 1st, 2026 or later. It also removes case services such as childcare, tutoring, and therapies that are not Medicaid eligible as eligible program expenditures. We didn't come to this bill lightly. This came after significant conversations about the growth in expenditures that are occurring in this program. General fund spending has increased 112% since fiscal year 23 in this particular program. And as we are working to make adjustments to our budget in every department, this is one of those places where we are seeing challenging growth that we would anticipate continuing each year going forward. These reductions were made in deep conversation with our county human service administrators and advocates and our nonpartisan staff to come up with what we felt was the best worst option. And we don't ask for a yes vote lightly, but do request one regardless, because it is one of many painful steps we need to take to balance this budget.
Is there any further discussion on 1373? Okay. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. The Adoption Assistance Program and the Relative Guardianship Assistance Program, I'm not wholly sure what. I see here it says that there are monthly subsidy payments for the Adoption Assistance Program of 50% of foster care rates for youth under 9, 55% of foster care rates for youth 9 years old or older but under 14 years old, and 60% of foster care rates for youth 14 years old or older. And then there is a similar breakdown for the Relative Guardianship Assistance Program. I guess my question is, when discussing this particular endeavor, was there any concern that if these were reduced, these payments were reduced, that these kids would end up back in the foster care system or end up in a situation where the state is now 100% responsible for them, and also obviously the trauma of being moved out of those spaces? And so, you know, I'm just wondering if that was part of the conversation and if you all felt comfortable that that is likely not to happen in the event of reducing these particular rates.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my good colleague from Penrose. Obviously, that is not the hope of the JBC. We worked very closely with counties to try to figure out what was a more sustainable rate that would hopefully continue to allow for access to these two particular programs, but also control the cost both for the state as well as the counties. As you know, the counties pay a portion of the share of the care for these kids. So there was mutual interest in making sure that we could not only maintain access for parents, but also bring the costs of the program to a more sustainable level. It's a really hard situation because this is really important support that we provide to families, but this is the nature of the budget that we have to pass today. So.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
I appreciate that, and if there is someone with greater knowledge too as to whether there will be more kids put back into the foster system as a result of any of these dollars diminishing, I would be open to hearing that particular information. I do have a dear friend who adopted a young man after he had already been adopted and then turned back into the foster care system as, just horrendous story. And I know firsthand some of the dynamics that take place there. And so to the degree that anybody knows whether there is a concern of these kids ending up back in the system, I would, again, be open to hearing any of that either on or off the mic.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share some anxiety about the removal of case services because I know that this has been a real issue, particularly for some of the older children and their ability to remain adopted and not end up returned to the foster care system. And there is the ability to utilize programming within the excess Title IV funds for some programming and contracts with other organizations that do some of this case service work, that there are supposed to be some services that are Medicaid eligible that the counties have said folks are not utilizing first. And so, yes, I have anxiety. I think it's something that we will have to continue to monitor and watch. But this is our best effort at trying to find a path forward.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1373. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1373 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1374.
House Bill 1374 by Representative Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning kinship care funding provisions.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1374.
To the bill.
The bill eliminates state funding and reimbursements for non-certified kinship care homes. And as I say that, we also encourage those homes that are not certified at present to get certified. And before you think it's a significant hurdle, this really focuses on two things to protect these children. One, to have the individuals which are kin to go through a background check, and two, to have home safety checks. Both of these are to the benefit of the children. When you look at the savings on this, initially there is a savings of $9.4 million having to do from the general fund for non-certified kinship care. But in all of our discussions, we brought that down to $5.5 million because we want to do everything we can in our counties that administer this program to encourage all of these kinship homes that are presently not certified to become certified. And thus, we are not taking that full $9.4 million, rather $5.5 million. And I ask for an,
Sorry.
and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to add, this actually does represent one of those bills that one present and one former member of the JBC did run and now recognize our challenge in funding that bill. When that bill was passed a couple of years ago, it was passed utilizing TANF reserve dollars to fund the first 2 years of it. And now, as my colleague shared, we would be projected to have to absorb that $9.4 million of general fund in the coming fiscal year if we don't address this bill. Another funding source, I don't know, when they passed it, they said we hope to find another funding source for this program. Another funding source was not found, and so thus the need for the bill. And so I wanted to share that. I also appreciate we have a colleague from Denver who has worked closely. If you were in appropriations and you heard some testimony from a couple of our independent agencies talking about some additional clarifications that might be helpful to ease the path forward for this bill, for counties and for families, and for those who are advocating for children. And we very much appreciate the collaborative work that has gone into that, and so would consider that a friendly amendment when it comes next.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1374 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment is displayed. Representative Gilchrist.
Okay, thank you. Amendment L001 allows for notice when the uncertified kin are interacting with a caseworker that they're told, because this is happening relatively soon, that they will no longer be receiving these reimbursement rates, so that they can plan. So it's a simple amendment. As the sponsors mentioned, we worked with counties, the Colorado Department of Human Services, the Office of Child's Representative, the Office of Respondent Parent Council, to make sure, and advocates, to make sure we brought these two amendments today that would make this bill easier on the non-certified kin folks. So I will talk more about that after we move this amendment, but ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L1? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L1 passes. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L002 to House Bill 1374 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L2 is displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this second amendment allows for continued data collection. Counties already collect data on non-certified kin, but we just want to make sure as we take away these reimbursement rates that we're continuing to collect data, because hopefully we will be in a different place at some point, and we can find ways to better support these families. And so we want to make sure that that data is collected and that we understand where kids are and what families need support and how much support. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L2? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L2 is passed. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, I also just wanted to mention, too, on these amendments, in addition to being a collaborative effort with the agencies and advocates involved in this, neither of these drive any fiscal notes. So maintain the budget that the state will get from removing these reimbursement rates. I just want to say that this will be by far the hardest vote one of the hardest votes I take on the budget this year. I, as many of you know, am a foster and adoptive parent and know many kinship families in the state, and they work so hard. These are grandmas and aunts and uncles who take on kids at a moment's notice, and kids that have really significant needs and need our support in the state. And this is a really hard one, but I do think, given our budget situation and given the ability for these families to get support if they get certified, that this is a necessary cut. I do think, I will say, I hope that more kinship families do get certified, because it comes with support. It comes with financial support, and it also comes with training, and it comes with a caseworker that can help you navigate your life now with your 5 grandchildren, and the different systems that go into that in kinship care. But in drafting these amendments and in the hard conversations with the JBC on both this bill and the last bill, I have had many stories come to me about kinship families and adoptive families and foster families that are very sad about this, but understand that given our budget situation, this is necessary. But I just want to say to those families that I am committed to making sure that we support those families. And we are in an impossible situation in our budget, and we will fix it, and we will support you, and we will get there. And I hope that these amendments make this easier. And with that, I do ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the previous representative for bringing those amendments forward and speaking about them. I know that this is going to be a hard vote for you. I, too, am a little frustrated. I think that a lot of these people take on kinship, non-kinship care at a moment's notice, and I worry about the background checks. I worry about the home safety checks. I worry that they're going to be in a timely fashion, and that the non-kinship care won't lose custody of these kids because they have to jump through additional hoops put on by the state. And again, I appreciate the amendments that were brought forward, because this is going to be a hard vote. And I think anyone that's on Health and Human Services is going to have a hard vote. I was talking to the representative from Grand Junction. I just want to ask on the record, and under state expenditures, it says payments for non-certified kinship care are expected to total at least $9.4 million general fund in fiscal year 2026-2027, assuming no change in caseload. However, some families are expected to pursue certification, which is what you guys want, and receive larger payments as a result of elimination of non-certified payments. So I guess my question is, if you have 1,000 non-kinship families that then go towards certification and go to become kinship, they will receive larger payments. So if you have 1,000 that then become certified, what are we going to do as far as paying for those larger payments?
Representative Taggart.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And the answer to that question is because we've already had these discussions with counties, and we pay 90% of these costs. If for any reason it exceeds what we have put here, the department will come back to us with a supplemental to make sure our counties are whole. We have to make certain of that.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1374? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1374 passes. Mr. Shi will please read the title to House Bill 1375.
House Bill 1375 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning repealing the County Administration of Assistance Programs funding model and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1375.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is repealing the requirement that the Department of Human Services annually contract for a county administration of public and medical assistance programs funding model, saving the general fund $600,000 per year. Essentially, this model was set up to help inform the JBC's decision-making regarding funding for county administration, but the counties have determined that they don't think it is a useful model, given that it's sort of this point-in-time analysis that isn't actually necessarily reflecting their true workload, and we have never been able to use it because we can't implement what it would cost. And so it's working for no one. We are also working through right now some legislation to come, making some significant changes to how we are managing between the state and the counties the administration of our safety net programs. And so for that reason, we are repealing the requirement to conduct this study with the funding model each year going forward. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1375? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1375 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1376.
House Bill 1376 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning updating permissible uses of money in the excess federal Title 4E reimbursements cash fund.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1376.
To the bill.
This bill updates the allowable uses of the excess Title 4E reimbursement cash fund to align with federal law. The Title 4E funds are a primary source of federal funds for child welfare. The Adoption Assistance Program expands Title 4E eligibility, and the calculated savings from this expansion are deposited into the cash fund. Revenues can only support adoption or other permanency services under federal law, and the funds must supplement but not supplant the Adoption Assistance Program and cannot be used for Title 4E. So in passing this bill, the cash fund had to be used to support the administration of county human services, but this is no longer an accurate description of the source of the revenue or the allowable use of revenues under federal law. So we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1376? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1376 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1377.
House Bill 1377 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning clarification regarding the treatment of funds that are transferred from the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing through the Colorado Department of Human Services that pass through a regional accountability entity.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1377.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very narrow-scoped bill. As all of us in this room know, we get a match from the federal government when it comes to our Medicaid expenses, the vast majority of our Medicaid expenses. In this particular case, we have an unusual situation where our federal funds flow from us as a state entity into what the bill refers to as managed care entities, which many of us refer to as RAIs, which are regional accountable entities. And then those funds, state funds and federal funds, flow back into human services for the purposes of our mental health hospitals and several mental health transitional living homes. As soon as they flow back, those federal funds now are no longer exempt from Tabor. They are part of the Tabor calculation. And we're just asking you on these very specific funds, very narrow, because they started as federal funds exempt, that they remain exempt through this. It'd be almost easier to show, there's a very simple diagram that illustrates this very well. But you'll have to trust me in this particular case that these started as federal funds and were exempt, and they flow through the raise and then come back, and we're just asking you to continue to leave them exempt. Only these funds, no other funds. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1377? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1377 passes. Mr. She will please read the title to House Bill 1378.
House Bill 1378 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of certain behavioral health resources administered by the Behavioral Health Administration and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1378.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill repeals certain services and programs that are currently offered by the Behavioral Health Administration, ultimately including a reduction in appropriations of $5.2 million of general fund to the BHA. It repeals the safety net provider application support services. It repeals the behavioral health voucher program. It repeals the capacity building grant program and the high-risk families cash fund, as well as the recovery support services grant program required in Senate Bill 21-173. There are a number of these things that were funded either back in 2019 and continued in 2021, or begun altogether in 2021 when we had a much different fiscal environment, and we invested heavily with the COVID recovery dollars that we received in behavioral health supports. And we are now at a point where not all of these programs can be continued. We do not have the revenue sources to continue these programs that had been established with one-time funding.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much, JBC sponsors, for all of your work on this. Last year, we overwhelmingly decided to keep the funding for the Rural Behavioral Health Services vouchers, which is why I am going to move L002 to House Bill 1378 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment. And the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is move it from a shall to a may. So we are not forcing the JBC to fund. It will not mess with their budget this year. It will freeze the program because we don't have the funds this year. But I will continue to work with this with our agricultural groups, our rural communities, because this voucher program is crucial to the mental health of our areas. That there is a huge stigma in mental health, and it is, in small areas, they don't show up in their pickups to the front of a clinic because everyone knows what they drive. These hotlines, when they're in crisis, are what keep them here with us so we can further give them resources because, the prices that we're losing in agricultural production are hard. We're seeing more fires. We're seeing people losing property. We see a lot of strain in rural areas. We need this program. And so I'm asking colleagues to freeze the program. It does not affect the budget. It keeps it what the work that the JBC is doing. And I will continue to look for ways to keep this program alive next year to make sure we have the funds. But I'm asking that we freeze it this year so we can continue working on it for our rural and ag communities, and I urge a yes vote.
Emma Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate my colleague for bringing this amendment. I think it's ultra important to make sure that this program at least stays on the books, that we're able to do something with it. She was 100% correct when we look at the stressors that we're facing in rural Colorado right now. You all did. You voted with us last year. It was a pretty amazing night for the both of us to be able to get that done. And we just want, basically a placeholder that this program, if the money does show up, which we think we have a source next year to try to pull from, that we're able to put these funds back in this program. This is a great opportunity to bridge the rural-urban divide, so I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L002 to House Bill 1378. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L2 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1378? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1378 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1379.
House Bill 1379 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning a correction to a citation for bond forfeiture money deposited in the Judicial Stabilization Cash Fund.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1379.
To the bill.
Madam Chair, this is a very simple bill that just corrects a statutory reference, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the bill you've been waiting for all day. It's the most consequential bill we will pass all day. It fixes an important citation in statute, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1379? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1379 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1380.
House Bill 1380 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of the office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1380.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill repeals the office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman, which unfortunately has not yet been set up. House Bill 23-1205 created a 5-person selection board made up of 2 Republican lawmakers, 2 Democrats, and a judge. And while the board was supposed to begin meeting sometime in January of 2024, unfortunately, there haven't been any meetings that have been held, and the ombudsman position remains unfilled. We haven't funded this in the past fiscal year, and the long bill does not include this funding. So given the status of this office, we are requesting to repeal it, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L1 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment. And the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. And members, I'd like to first thank JBC and also apologize to them for the condition of this program. However, the purpose of this program was well fought for on behalf of particular stakeholders, those who feel like they needed a place outside of judicial to be able to bring concerns. This program came as a result, if many of us followed a couple of years ago, some serious questions brought forward by whistleblowers in the judicial department regarding the management of money as well as the management of personnel. And so while after the passage of this bill, it is true that we have not been able to stand up the office, what this amendment does is actually add a repeal to the program rather than today, but to July 1st, 2027. In the interim, we are aware of what it is that we have to do. We are also aware of the budget concerns. And so we're asking for the opportunity to do what the bill has fully required in partnership, again, with the same stakeholders who brought it forward in the beginning. In the event that we are unable to either fund it or stand up the program will repeal instead of today, but in July of 2027. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this amendment and the conversation. Can anyone give further insight into why this has not actually taken place?
AML Bacon.
Thank you. The issue that we had, that is a good question. The issue that we had in our experience is first, there were shifts in the people who were on the commission. There was a particular person who was the lead legislator on this. And second, apparently we wrote the bill to not actually instruct any nonpartisan staff to help us set this up. So the work does come down to the actual legislators. The conversation we had in the interim, though, was to revisit a few things. Judicial's budget, to revisit the job description in and of itself to see what we can do and to look at revisit some of the changes that were made to judicial discipline. A big part of the bill also requires for us to look at data, anonymous reporting, and if judicial has set up systems to do that and share information with the Judicial Discipline Commission. And now that that has been stood up, we feel like we're in a better place. But ultimately, it came down to not having a sense of how to initiate the process.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L001 to House Bill 1380. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L001 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1380? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, House Bill 1380 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1380 as amended passes. Minister Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1381.
House Bill 1381 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning eliminating the requirement that the Commission on Judicial Discipline Special Cash Fund begin each state fiscal year with a balance of at least $400,000.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1381.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill eliminates the requirement that the Judicial Discipline Special Cash Fund begin each state fiscal year with a balance of at least $400,000. It also transfers $400,000 from the Special Cash Fund to the General Fund on June 30th of 2026. The Special Cash Fund is continuously appropriated, and we're leaving about $62,000 in the fund, which can be accessed to begin an investigation. If more funding is required, we expect the Office of Judicial Discipline to request funding via emergency supplemental, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1381? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1381 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1382.
House Bill 1382 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning the support of Coloradans with disabilities and in connection therewith creating the Colorado Disability Funding Authority and making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1382.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This actually is a great bill that I think people can be excited to vote for in the midst of all this sadness. We are, in this bill, creating a special purpose authority to assume the duties that are currently performed by the Colorado Disability Funding Committee while the work is wrapped up by the committee and modifies the revenue and the uses of the Disability Support Fund. The Disability Support Fund is currently receiving funds from the sale of the historic license plates. And this money is sitting in this fund. It is to be utilized to grant out to community organizations that are providing assistance for people with disabilities, especially to be able to work through benefit applications for Social Security and for Medicaid. These applications can be really difficult, really onerous, and it can take years actually to complete them. And there is a huge wait list for these services. What is also happening is that we over the years now, since the new license plates have been selling so well, we have been sweeping some of these funds each year into the general fund, and the movement of this program into a special purpose authority will ensure that the revenue coming in will remain dedicated to serving people with disabilities, and they will be able to access the supports that these organizations are able to provide them to better access the benefits that they are eligible for at the federal level. And in the meantime, we are also making a last sweep of some of the funds to the general fund for balancing purposes. But once the special purpose authority is created, those funds will remain protected within that committee. As we set up this special purpose authority, we have put important guardrails and transparency measures in there for auditing and oversight to ensure proper usage of the funds. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just real briefly, I just want to say that I really appreciate being able to work with my colleagues on the JBC to get this bill done. This is an incredibly important program that we are setting up to give the disability community even more control over the funds that have always been intended to support the services that folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities need. The license plates and the sale of those have been an incredibly successful program, and this bill will allow us to make sure that that investment remains within the disability community. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1382? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1382 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1383.
House Bill 1383 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning repealing the Employment Support and Job Retention Services Program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1383.
To the bill.
This bill repeals the Employment Support and Job Retention Services Program and its supporting cash fund on July 1st. The program was scheduled to repeal on September 1st, so we're ending the program early. The program funds wraparound employment services to unemployed or underemployed individuals who can't access other employment resources. We're statutorily required to annually appropriate $250,000 of general fund, and the program was created in a bill in 2019. But like many of these programs, we unfortunately can no longer afford this, even though it is a very important and meritorious program. So we ask for an aye vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1383? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1383 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1384.
House Bill 1384 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the classification of School to Work Alliance program cost payments to the Department of Labor and Employment from the Department of Education.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1384.
To the bill.
This bill specifies that revenue that is transferred directly from the state public school fund, and this is different from the state education fund, which takes a while to realize, and the source of the state public school fund comes from two primary sources. One, our marijuana tax cash fund, and two, from revenues for leasing school lands for mineral and oil and gas exploration. These funds then that become the state public school fund are with this bill, or take place today, then are transferred to the Department of Labor and Employment for the School to Work Alliance program. And the School to Work Alliance program, which I'm sure you all are familiar with, is a partnership between our school districts and the Colorado Division of Vocational Rehabilitation within CDLE. The only thing this bill asks is that these funds that start with the state public school fund on to the Department of Labor be Tabor exempt. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1384? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1384 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1385.
House Bill 1385 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning directing 100% of the funding for the Public Defender and Prosecutor Behavioral Health Support Program for state fiscal year 2026-27 to the Office of the State Public Defender.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1385.
To the bill.
This bill changes the allocation of funds between the Office of State Public Defenders and the Colorado District Attorney's Council for 26-27. The bill specifies that the program previously has received about $500,000 of general fund annually since 2022, 2023. And statute specifies that the funds are split 50-50 between the two entities. The State Public Defender's Office has been utilizing their $250,000, but the District Attorney's Council has not, and there is some extra funds there. So this bill will make sure that we are only allocating money for the state public defenders, and we are spending down the balance that is in the fund for the District Attorney's Council, and we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1385. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1385 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1386.
House Bill 1386 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning changing the funding mechanism for the Colorado National Guard tuition waiver program.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1386.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under current law, the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs administers a tuition waiver program. This bill, it comes out of some confusion from a bill that was passed last year about who is funding these tuition waivers. And this bill specifies that that essentially the costs will be split half between a reimbursement from DMVA to the institutions of higher education, and 50% will be covered by the institutions of higher education themselves. And we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go on the record of thanking our institutions of higher education by helping us from a state standpoint by funding 50% of this. This adds another $800,000 to this program, because last year it was at $1.8 million, and this year it takes it over $2.5 million. So many more of our National Guard members will get the opportunity to have tuition-free enrollment in our institutions of higher education. So I really want to say thank you to all of our institutions of higher education, because in a year where we're basically flat in terms of what their funding is to be, they are working with these National Guard members, and I sincerely appreciate it.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1386? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1386 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1387.
House Bill 1387 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the expenditure of money from the Severance Tax Trust Fund and in connection therewith, allowing the State Treasurer to transfer money from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund to the Species Conservation Trust Fund, and establishing an annual transfer from the Severance Tax Operation Fund to the General Fund.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1387 as amended.
Can you move the bill and the committee
I'm sorry.
report?
And the committee report.
Not as amended. Just if you can restate the motion. Moving the bill and the committee report.
Oh, no. I move House Bill 1387, and I move the committee report for House Bill 1387.
Excellent. To the Appropriations Committee report.
The committee report just had very minor technical changes to the bill, nothing substantial at all.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The aye has it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's going to be a quiz on transfers right after I take you through this. This has to do with severance taxes, and it has to do with the severance taxes strictly in our Department of Natural Resources, which, for those of you that know this or don't know this, 50% of the severance tax revenue goes to DOLA, 50% goes to the Department of Natural Resources. This only applies to Department of Natural Resources. So the first transfer takes place from, and within, to make it even more confusing, there are two funds within DNR. One is a perpetual fund, and one is the operations fund. So the first transfer is for Species Conservation Trust Fund from the perpetual fund for $3 million. The second group are for these very specific programs from the operational fund. Energy and Carbon Management Commission, Colorado Geological Survey, the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, Colorado Water Conservation Board, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Species Conservation Trust Fund, the Aquatic Nuisance Species Fund, Conservation District Grant Fund, and Wildfire Mitigation Capacity Development Fund. When all of those are funded by the Operation Fund having to do with severance, $14.2 million comes over into the general fund. And I ask for an aye vote. And there is a quiz right after this for you folks to tell me where all these are funded from.
I would not pass that test. Is there any further discussion? AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get on the record saying thank the Lord for severance taxes in this state. Once again, you all have been able to balance the budget off of the production of oil and gas. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1387? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
As amended. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1387 as amended passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1388.
House Bill 1388 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the repeal of the bond assistance program administered by the Department of Personnel and in connection therewith, transferring the balance of the bond assistance program cash fund to the general fund.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1388.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill transfers the unexpended and unencumbered balance of the Bond Assistance Program cash fund in the Department of Personnel and Administration at the end of this fiscal year, and then repeals the Bond Assistance Program at the end of 2027 calendar year. This program was established in a Senate bill from 2022, and it was supposed to help reduce disparities between the availability of historically underused businesses and the use of such businesses in state procurement. However, it has not been well utilized, and so we are repealing it and taking the money with it. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1388? Rep. Taggart,
Madam
is
Chair,
that...
just to put some numbers around this,
Yes, please proceed, Rep. Taggart.
since the inception of this, there were $2 million put forward by the general fund to this cash fund, and at this date, there's 1.75 million left. So that's an indication, a program that is not being utilized.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1388? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1388 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1389.
House Bill 1389 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning eliminating the annual appropriation requirement for the Comprehensive Human Sexuality Education Grant Program.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1389, House Bill 1389.
And the committee report?
And the committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee report, we made some minor changes to the appropriations, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1389. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill eliminates the requirement that the General Assembly annually appropriate money to the Department of Public Health and Environment for the Comprehensive Human Sexuality Education Program. Some of you may remember the passage of the original bill that contained this particular grant program. Unfortunately, based on information that the department has presented with us and the way that this grant program was set up, it is not functioning as well as it could. And while I certainly support comprehensive sex ed, this program, not only can we not afford it, but it is not functioning at the highest level that it could. So the JBC has recommended that we repeal this grant program, and it. Sorry, what? Sorry, we're eliminating the appropriation for. Yeah, so we're eliminating the appropriation, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1389? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. I'd like to take it one step further and move L003 to 1389 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment. And that amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I got briefly excited when I heard the JBC wanted to repeal this, and then there was some other discussion, but I'd like to follow up on that. So there's been a lot of great work done over the last couple of years in getting rid of continuous appropriations and putting some authority back into this body to determine year by year whether something should be appropriated or not. And that kind of zombie appropriation where they exist kind of just keeps some money flowing and takes away flexibility to address priorities as they change appropriation-wise. So this amendment kind of extends that same thought process to programs that remain on the books even when we can't afford to fund them. Essentially, this amendment states that if this program receives no appropriations for 2 consecutive years, then the program itself is repealed. If it's important, we should fund it. If it's not funded, it probably isn't important. If it's unimportant, we should repeal it and then clean up the statute and end these kind of zombie magnets. And in this case, the original authorization was to appropriate $1 million a year for creation and, what was the term? It was to create and implement. This was from 2019. If things haven't been created and implemented by now, they probably aren't ever going to be. But to have that line on the books where we have to appropriate or make that decision not to every year of $1 million is frankly just extra work for everybody. So if it's not working the way it should and it can't be cleaned up and it doesn't deserve appropriations in the next 2 years, this amendment would repeal that grant program. And I would appreciate a yes vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will gladly give my yes vote to this amendment. In fact, I would love to see this amendment added to all sorts of appropriation-connected bills. I think that is an excellent idea, especially in light of some of the conversations we've had today about different programs that have not been set up or not been used since they've been set up. I do think this is a good consideration. If we're not spending these dollars, if we are not prioritizing this space to remove that program entirely, clean up our books by virtue of this triggering mechanism without having to come back and revisit in this way. I think that's just a great idea, generally speaking, and so I say yes.
Representative Stroda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask my colleague from Elbert, while we're paging through the statute book, does your amendment repeal just the grant program, or does it repeal all of the requirements beyond the grant program?
Representative Richardson.
This simply repeals the grant program itself, not the portion within CDPHE, not the portion under the school statute.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my good colleague for that clarification. I was running back there to get my statute book and thumbed through it anyway. We still ask for a no vote. The JBC has decided that we'd like to keep this in statute, even if we are not funding it just now, and hopefully at some point we can get back to a place where we are funding these kinds of programs.
Representative Richardson.
I appreciate the JBC's desire and decision, but I would take it as a recommendation to this body, and my recommendation would be that we actually pass this amendment. There is no reason to have the JBC staff have to go through all of statute, start with a budget that places $1 million in this because it requires $1 million each year, and then have to go through the drill of removing $1 million each year. Let's just let it go. If it becomes important in the future, we can pass a bill. We do plenty of that. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L003 is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1389? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So before I came to the House, there was quite a ruckus that was created around the underlying bill, the 2019 bill, 19-1032, that modified the Comprehensive Human Sexuality Education Program generally. I think you might recall there was even a recall of our governor, and in part this was one of the reasons for that recall petition was this particular human sexuality program. And I remember going to the state fair, which, just a plug for the state fair, always awesome, always should go. And there were folks there getting signatures for that recall petition. And they had their case made out on the table of just different issues that they had. And one of the supporting documents that they were using to encourage folks to sign that petition to recall our governor was information related to books that were being used for this. Books that were, in my mind, X-rated. I wouldn't share the details about what was being taught to elementary school students through these books. And so I'm actually very glad that this particular grant program is being defunded, because if indeed those are the kinds of materials that are being purchased by our school districts, then I do not want our students exposed to that information.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1389? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1389, as amended, passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1390.
House Bill 1390 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the evaluation agent for the Health Disparities and Community Grant Program.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1390.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill requires that the Department of Public Health and Environment evaluate the Health Disparities and Community Grant Program rather than hiring an external evaluator. This will help save us $500,000 of general fund, and this is important additionally because in the long bill we are reducing appropriations to this grant program, and so this will ensure that we are preserving the remaining funds for this grant program for actual grants to go out and not on administrative work. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1390? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1390 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1391.
House Bill 1391 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning clean drinking water in places where children are present and in connection therewith, extending the School and Child Care Clean Drinking Water Fund through the 2028-29 state fiscal year, adding high schools to the scope of potential recipients of grants from the School and Child Care Clean Drinking Water Fund, prohibiting the Department of Public Health and Environment from issuing a license to a child care center unless the child care center is in compliance with laws concerning the testing of drinking water, and making an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1391.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another feel-good bill, I think, that you can vote on. This is the Safe Drinking Water and Child Care Centers and Schools bill that I know I have an amendment to, if I could find it. I'll get there in a moment. This bill essentially extends the provisions from a bill passed in 2022 to ensure that our kids' schools and child care centers are free of lead by creating this test and fix program. The cash fund is going to just provide we will be providing the authority for funds in this cash fund to roll forward and continue to serve our high schools who weren't originally included in the program because we did not have enough funds. So this will extend it to our high schools as well as child care centers that have come online since the program was initiated. It also, though, within the long bill, this program represents a reduction of some FTE and $1 million of general fund, and also within the transfer bill, we are transferring, I believe, $5 million out of this cash fund to the general fund. So we are creating savings in our budget, and we are working to make sure that we are keeping our kids' schools free of lead. And I will let my sponsor share his thoughts on this bill while I find my amendment.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all agree that our children's schools and child care centers should be safe with their drinking water, that we should not be subjecting kids to lead. I have certainly run legislation in this building to try to eliminate or limit lead exposure. And this is one of the core functions of public health. And so that's why this bill is particularly critically important, is because not only are we meeting the budget budget challenges of our state, but we are continuing to test child care centers and schools. And so we will ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L002 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. And the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In working with providers, the Department of Public Health and Environment and the Department of Early Childhood, we are slightly amending the language around how child care centers will comply with this bill and giving CDEC rulemaking authority to ensure that this is workable for providers. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L002 to House Bill 1391. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L2 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I note that the original bill transferred 21 million and that there's roll forward accountability. So the 8.7 million, if I'm understanding correctly, is what's remaining from that original 21 million? Yes or no? It's less than what's remaining because we're transferring now. Got it. So of that, let's say $11 million roughly that has been expended with respect to the transfer as well. Do we have any data as to how successful this has been? Like, do we have a serious problem with lead in our drinking water in these child care centers and in these schools?
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have data. I don't have it in front of me, but would be happy to provide you with it. There was a reporting requirement within it. So I actually, when my kids' schools got tested and some of the drinking water sources were replaced in their school, I felt really good to know that that information, that was done, and then that information was actually shared with parents. There's a dashboard that CDPHE created to show the results, and yes, it has been an important mechanism for large districts and small, but especially for our rural districts across the state that wouldn't have the funds to actually be able to do this testing and fixing themselves, and this bill is providing for that. So it is serving all different kinds of districts and child care centers, and so yes, there have been instances where we are discovering high lead levels and we are able to replace these drinking sources.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just add to it, what surprised me in what was reported to us, I think we're always worried about the infrastructure, the pipes. And in fact, the problems for the most part that have been found are in the fixtures, faucets in particular. And that's where they have been really focused in on. I was worried, quite honestly, in the older facilities, but that it might be pipes, but the department came back and said, no, Rick, it's primarily fixtures.
AMO Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this. On Colorado Rural Water Association Day, there was actually a woman that was here from Pueblo County Health Department, and she was talking about the success that they've had in Pueblo County. She handed out a handout, and she was advocating to make sure and keep this program. And we had probably about a 30 to 45-minute discussion that morning about it, and she really stressed to me what it's done for her area in Pueblo County. So, on her behalf, I am her representative. I found out, and I appreciate you doing this. She is supposed to meet with me this summer and show me some data, but she really was up here advocating hard for it. So I know there's at least success in the district I represent, so thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1391? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1391 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1392.
House Bill 1392 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the transfer of money from the Public Safety Communications Revolving Fund to the Public Safety Communications Trust Fund to support the digital trunked radio system.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1392.
To the bill.
This is my favorite subject. Is it something like a bad penny that just keeps coming back over and over and over? Yes. This is about digital trunk radio system support, and it is strictly a transfer within the Department of Public Safety from the Public Safety Communications Revolving Fund to the Public Safety Communications Trust Fund for $2 million. And I ask for an aye. Aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1392? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1392 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1393.
House Bill 1393 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning subjecting specified cash funds to a 3-year maximum reserve limitation instead of the annual maximum reserve limitation, and in connection therewith subjecting the Public School Construction and Inspection Cash Fund and the Health Facility Construction and Inspection Cash Fund to the 3-year limitation.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1393.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill adjusts the Public School Construction and Inspection Cash Fund and the Health Facility Construction and Inspection Cash Fund, and it allows them to hold a balance beyond the maximum reserve limitation for 3 years before decreasing their fees. And there are some reasons, some technical reasons about the way and the reasons why we do this. It's because of the way that construction projects work. Fees get paid up front, and then they get used to inspect later, maybe years later. And so we wouldn't want to reduce fees and have certain projects paying for other ones. So this makes sure that the same projects are paying for their own inspections, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1393? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1393 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1394.
House Bill 1394 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the conversion of the Motorcycle Operator Safety Training Fund to a cash fund subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1394.
To the bill.
One of my colleagues just talked about this subject, and I appreciate his comments. This is to change the Motorcycle Operator Fund to an annual appropriation as compared to be continuously appropriated. And we have been doing more and more of this so this legislature can weigh in on important budgetary decisions. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1394? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1394 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1395.
House Bill 1395 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the repeal of the Wildfire Resilient Homes Grant Program administered by the Department of Public Safety and in connection therewith transferring the balance of the Wildfire Resilient Homes Grant Program cash fund to the general fund.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1395.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill repeals the Wildfire Resilient Homes Grant Program and transfers the balance of the program's cash fund to the general fund. This was established in a bill in 2023 with a one-time general fund transfer of $100,000, which at the time we were assured we were going to be due some federal grant dollars to actually support this program. Those federal grant dollars never came through, and so we were left with a cash fund balance and a program to be run with $100,000, which they have spent less than half of. I don't doubt that we do need to do some home hardening work around the state, but this is not a grant program that has been successful, one, because we don't have the funds for it, and two, because of the way in which it was set up and the way in which property owners had to, receive a reimbursement for work. It is challenged in many ways. So I ask an aye vote for the sweep and repeal.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. So we've had some discussions over the past couple of days about different amounts of money that we might be able to move from here to there. I can remember one that occurred yesterday where I had asked about, it was a couple $100,000. And I understand that any upsetting the apple cart is not particularly helpful after pretty much Joint Budget Committee has got things in line. But my discussion that I had yesterday about a couple $100,000 to fund the intellectually and developmentally disabled community wasn't dismissed based on the amount of money, but during the discussion about the amount of money, it was mentioned that it was just really a very insignificant amount. And even against the healthcare policy and financing budget, I have a hard time saying that it's not an insignificant amount. However, I also have a hard time looking at $53,790 and considering that to be a monumental amount for what we're trying to achieve here. I'm just not. I sit in the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee. I enjoy that committee, despite some of the committee members. I'm just kidding. I love everybody on the committee. And we have had several discussions around wildfire mitigation, about hardening wildfire areas. And we've had discussions about the situation that we're in right now with a terrible drought coming in upon us. And this Wildfire Resiliency Home Grant Program, I understand that there was only $45,000 in grants awarded, but at the same time, I don't know exactly how many homes that $45,000, when you start to section out what you can do with a grant and how many homes you're able to harden, or how many homes that by hardening with those grants that you're able to then help save other homes because you're not perpetuating the spread of embers, you're not perpetuating the spread of the fire. I find this to be, for what we're up against and everything that I keep hearing about water shortages and droughts and extreme wildfire risks, I find this to be a relatively insignificant area that we ought to be pulling from, given what we're getting back, but the risk that's associated with it. I don't have an amendment or anything to this, but I just wanted to get up, and I know how this works, but I just want to get up and say that I don't really appreciate it.
Behind it that has 200 million.
Still 53,000. It's not much. So that, wanted to get up and just express concern about that. Happy to speak about the next one as well. So thank you. I didn't disrupt any papers in the process.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1395, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1395 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1396.
House Bill 1396 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning modifications to the Disaster Emergency Fund.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1396.
To the bill.
This bill sets the maximum annual unencumbered balance of the Disaster Emergency Fund at $200 million, with any excess then transferring over to the general fund. I would just say this fund has been growing over the years. The DEF fund has been growing, and obviously, given the nature of our topography, having substantial funds set away for disaster, both for wildfire and floods, is critical. But all we are doing here is setting a maximum level of $200 million. And if it should ever go over that, it would be transferred, the incremental amount only would be transferred into the general fund. It is not in this budget year whatsoever. So you're not seeing it show up either in 26, 27, and or 27, 28 at this point in time.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1396? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1396 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1397.
House Bill 1397 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the use of general fund money to support benefits provided to certain public safety personnel through a multiple employer health trust and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1397.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill removes required appropriations for firefighter and peace officer benefit programs and it keeps funding levels at the 25-26 levels. You know, these are good programs. I am very, very grateful for the work that our firefighters do in our communities and recognize the health challenges that they have due to the dangerous work that they have and the exposures that they have. So I understand why the original legislation was set up to create these funds. However, this is another example of a bill that had very small upfront costs, but those costs were set to grow greatly in the out years. For example, we are eliminating a required transfer of $2.5 million to the firefighter benefits cash fund that would occur July 1st of 2028, looking into that out year and recognizing the state of our budget, but also, again, maintaining current appropriation levels going forward. So that would see a reduction in appropriations of $250,000 this year, $750,000 next year, and then $2,750,000 in the following year. So it brings me no pleasure to have to carry this bill, but it is yet again one more example, I think, of a program that we cannot fully afford. And again, we are not eliminating it, we are reducing the required appropriations this year and going forward. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move L001 to House Bill 1397 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And it is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We know that the Colorado General Assembly has made a meaningful bipartisan investment to protect the health and safety of those who protect our communities. Through landmark legislation, the state created dedicated trusts to ensure firefighters have access to behavioral health, cancer coverage, and cardiac benefits, recognizing the significant and long-term risk of the profession. Senate Bill 22002 established a statewide behavioral health program for firefighters and their families, and Senate Bill 2489 and House Bill 241219 strengthened and expanded heart and cancer benefits through a more stable statewide trust system. These efforts have improved access to services at reduced cost and ensure more equitable coverage, including benefits for part-time and volunteer firefighters. Colorado has also invested in cardiovascular screening for peace officers, prioritizing early detection and prevention of life-threatening conditions.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we understand the predicament that the state is in, and we appreciate all the work that the JBC has done on this. I think the important thing here is that for this year, we understand that there was supposed to be a certain increase in this allocation for our firefighters and police officers. However, due to the budget issues, we're leaving that at previous levels. I think what the concern is going forward and looking forward when we're making certain cuts to appropriations down the road. That's kind of where the concern is, and is what kind of spurned this amendment here, is that we understand that if in future years we may need to address those. However, we don't want to proactively do that now. But again, we're not changing the actual appropriation for right now. We understand that we're going to have to leave it at the current levels. The concern is looking forward down the road to not make decisions, future decisions right now. We can make those decisions when we get there. So we certainly ask and request an aye vote. And again, thank you to the JBC for all the work they've had to do on all of this.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. An aye vote preserves stability, protects critical health programs for firefighters and peace officers, and honors the state's commitment to those who serve our communities without ignoring current budget realities. It ensures that future funding decisions are made transparently and with the benefit of up-to-date data. And I also want to thank our JBC colleagues for all their work.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L1 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1397? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1397 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1397 as amended passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1398.
House Bill 1398 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the allocation of retail delivery fee revenue credited to the Multimodal Transportation and Mitigation Options Fund.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1398.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The The Multimodal Transportation and Mitigation Options Fund consists of money transferred from the general fund, retail delivery fee revenue, and interest. And under current law, 85% of the money expended in the fund must be used for local multimodal transportation projects, with the remaining 15% spent on the state. The bill modifies this requirement so that the MMOF, beginning in July of 2026, the fund must be expended 70% on local projects and 30% on state projects. And this will help us meet some of the
Bless you.
excuse me.
Bless you.
Meet some of the requirements of the transportation funding that we need to, as a state, while still maintaining some support of local projects. This is another difficult decision. I know that our local communities rely upon this fund. I know my community in particular appreciates multimodal transportation projects, but the reality of our budget situation requires us to change some of the allocation of funding so that we can meet our needs at a state level.
Representative Sroda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to draw attention to part of the reason for this shift in allocation, and I don't know why we're doing it in two separate bills, but you will see the next bill that we are considering is eliminating the annual transfer of $10.5 million of general fund to the MMOF. And so because of that lack of transfer, we would not have enough funds to be able to continue some of the really crucial services that we are currently providing, including, for example, the very, very successful bus staying program that has been operating now in different parts of the state and providing a terrific transportation option, especially in our mountain corridors. And so these are separate bills, but related, and that is the reason that we are making this shift in allocation.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of those bills that I received outside input into, and the concern is as relates obviously to the local governments that have already started into programs in this space, and the funding will be reduced. And I'm just wondering, because I didn't get a clear picture yesterday, how many programs do we know with the local governments that may be paused or stymied by this particular reallocation, if we know that?
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't have a specific number. I know that it will impact local governments and their budgets. I know that, the Budget Committee made different decisions last year that probably were even more impactful, and this is a better step for our local governments. So, again, challenging times, and there will be impacts. But this is the nature of our budget this year.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've looked through this, and I honestly don't understand why CDOT, which I know they've got different pots of money, but they are funded in the billions each year. And this bill strips $1.7 million that was intended initially to be used for local projects to improve foot traffic around Main Street, shopping areas and retail strips in our small and rural communities, connections to our fairgrounds, projects that have been incredibly valuable in areas that are underfunded and local governments that have continued to have funding stripped. It was referenced the The adjustment made last year was the taking of $70 million out of this program. That this year we're looking at rebalancing an allocation to take 1.7 out of a very small amount that is dedicated to local projects and add that 1.7 million in the coming year to CDOT. If CDOT can't find $1.7 million, we need somebody else running that department, but that's a different discussion. I move L001 to, let me get myself, L001 to 1398 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And it is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So for 8 years prior to joining the legislature, I was a member of the Eastern Transportation Planning Region. I chaired or co-chaired that body for 6 years prior to coming up here. When this program started, there was admittedly a lot of effort and head scratching at the Transportation Planning Region level, because up until that point, we had always been recommenders, prioritizers, inputters of desires to CDOT. This program was the first one that actually gave transportation planning regions, those that serve our rural communities. The Eastern TPR covered 9 counties, essentially my district and the district north of me. We finally had some money of our own that we could grant to our own people. And there was some struggle in that because we weren't really designed to be grant-making bodies. So it took a little bit of time to work through that and make sure that monies were flowing out, that the local communities receiving them knew how to use them. The year before I left, there was a tremendous breakthrough with the staff at CDOT in allowing and rewriting rules to allow that local projects would use local standards. In prior years, we'd allocated money for sidewalks and then been told by CDOT that they had to be 8 inches thick and support a semi-truck, when that was absolutely not a local standard and wasn't needed. And we'd worked through all of that, and we finally got money flowing out to actually take care of issues with local matches to these monies for projects that had lingered for decades. And I absolutely believe that the impact on our citizens by allowing these monies to stay in the amounts that they were given to be used by our local communities to address local problems. And we're talking transit, foot traffic, bike traffic, things that take people to local places, not necessarily big highway moves, but yes, I understand Bustang can use it too. But our local governments have learned how to do more with less. This isn't a lot of money. Leave it the way it is. Put this formula back the way it was. This is what that amendment does. And let our local governments take care of our local citizens. CDOT has more than enough money. They're not using it well. Giving them more and expecting more has not worked out for us for decades. So I would recommend that this amendment be approved. Let's retain the status quo, and let's get some projects done locally where they will get done. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the rest of the funds that CDOT has, most of those funds are not actually eligible for transit funding. So if it were, that ultimately, though, would mean cutting road projects and things across the state, which I don't think is what you want. More so than cutting road projects, though, it would mean cutting maintenance and operations projects like potholes. CDOT is planning to allocate the state funds this year to keep Bustang whole for another year in the face of these broader budget deficit cuts, but this would create another $1.7 million hole for CDOT to fill. And so I respectfully ask for a no vote. And I would say also, Bustang does serve the whole state, including our rural communities. I think it's an important priority to maintain.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if there's anybody in this chamber that has sympathy for CDOT, but creating a $1.7 million hole in a multi-billion-dollar department is a lot less impactful than creating a $1.7 million hole in our local level. Please, please vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I believe the part here that I know nothing about Eastern Regional Planning Region. Yeah. What I enjoyed about just listening to what my colleague offered there is understanding the local context, the local narrative behind the impact, the downstream impact. I understand that as we work through areas in order to try to find spots within the budget where we're trying to cut, we're trying to trim, we're trying to reallocate money, you know, it's very black and white, or in some cases pink, but there are numbers, and the numbers do not contain necessarily, outside of a footnote here or there, they don't contain really the narrative. They don't contain the entire story behind it. And what's concerning to me is that then that's what gets lost. We just heard the context. We just heard what the downstream impact is, that the amount of time that it took to build out the program, to be able to get everything going, to be able to get it functional, you know, in the growing pains that they went through in order to get to the point to use the money efficiently, and now, yeah, and now, you know, looking at a change in that formula. I would ask that we pause a little bit and consider the real world kind of consequence of what that means at that level. I have found my colleague to be always very thoughtful, deliberate, to be very reasonable, and be able to bring home kind of that connection. And understanding what that connection is and understanding what that impact is to somebody who has served in that role, I think is important to note. And I would ask for support on this amendment.
Representative Suka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come up here in support of the amendment. Representative from Ebert knows what he's talking about. This is 1.7 million out of a $2 billion fund. So let's keep it local. This is a very good amendment. We're going to get more things done if you keep this intact. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really don't want to kind of, well, just let, spoiler alert, the next bill takes $10 million out of this fund next year. So you can't stand here and tell me that CDOT absolutely needs this because they need 1.7, and then turn around and take $10 million away from the program. That's what's coming next. So let's keep the funding the way it is now, and then we'll talk about 1399 in a moment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L001 to House Bill 1398. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. House Bill 13, or no, the L001 fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1398? Seeing Rep. DeGraff.
Wow. I feel the love. Okay. Yeah, this multimodal stuff, I think we're going in the wrong direction. I don't know why we're giving CDOT more money. I mean, we look at the amount of money that they have, and you look at the results. 98% of the commuters rely on personal vehicles, not mass transit. We need to look at real-world usage. most, as I understand it, the fuel taxes and vehicle fees should be used exclusively for highways, and yet they're going to multimodal projects. We rank 43rd in road conditions, and now I see that the governor's realigned his, and now we're CDOTing the PUC with the same people. That took us down to 43 nationally, and now the solution is to give them more money. It doesn't seem like it's a, and then what we're doing with that, we're taking that money from local projects that are handled locally, that have the accountability of local control, and then we're giving it to a state agency that is taking us down to 43rd nationally in the road conditions. 7% of the rural interstates are in poor condition. Drivers lose 36 hours per year in traffic, but we don't have a revenue problem, we have a priority problem. So overall, I'm opposed in general of giving more money to CDOT until CDOT can show some level of priorities. So we have $6.5 billion in rail extension, but that only takes 44 to 5% of the commuters. The ridership has declined by 37%, while budgets have increased 184%. So why are we sending more money of the citizens, of the Colorado taxpayers, to programs that they don't want to use? And now, do they not want to use them, or are they just not run well, just not administered well? Because they obviously said, well, we want these programs if we put these in place, or I would hope so, but now we've got costs up by 184% and ridership has declined. So we're kind of going the opposite direction. So why do we put more money into a program that fewer people want to use? Over 90% of the residents don't use transit, yet they subsidize it. Low-income workers especially, 76%. They need their vehicles. They need their vehicles. They can't just take the train. And as one of our colleagues mentioned yesterday, a 4-mile trip by bus takes an hour. Lumbering slowly, bumping along in the wrong direction. We have better solutions, yet we continue to force in this direction. Transit is often less practical and more expensive. We have lots of broken promises. So again, I'm opposed in general to giving an agency more money when they've taken us in the wrong direction. Because obviously what we need is a change of leadership. We need to move away, we need to move into a selection criteria that is based more on competence rather than cronyism. And so I recommend a no vote, and we keep this money with the locality.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1398? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The aye has it. House Bill 1398 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1399.
This is quite the group.
House Bill 1399 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning the elimination of the annual transfer from the general fund to the Multimodal Transportation and Mitigation Options Fund, and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Go ahead.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1399.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill eliminates the annual transfer of $10.5 million from the general fund to Multimodal Transportation and Mitigation Options Fund, effective July 1 of this year. And it will eliminate all future transfers starting this year and then through the year 2031, I believe. Well, when 2031-32, when it was scheduled to end. Please keep in mind that when this bill went into effect, beginning as Senate Bill 18001 and then expanded upon at Senate Bill 21260, the retail delivery fee did not exist. And today, there is a significant retail delivery fee that supplements this fund. So differing from what I heard, we are not taking away money from this. We're not appropriating money. And there's a very real difference between taking money out of a fund versus appropriating money into the fund. and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L002 to House Bill 1399 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment.
It's like I don't know how to do amendments. No, you can start.
Representative Velasco, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So as introduced, this orbital permanently eliminates funding for the statewide multimodal options fund, and this goes beyond the one-time transfer of funds in 26-27 to manage the budget crisis. In application, it will eliminate the $63 million the fund would have received over the next 6 years. This is on top of the $70 million that were swiped from the fund last year. And the Velasco-Richardson amendment creates a temporary pause in the funding transfer rather than a permanent elimination of funds. And this allows legislators the ability to evaluate the status of need versus an assumption that the MMOF will be needed for budget balancing. And we urge a yes vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you. Really don't like the bill at all, but this program has been of value. I understand the need to take money to make some balancing moves for the budget that we're actually working on this year. I don't see a reason to look out and decide it's unimportant for future years. I think we need to leave that in the hands of those of us that are sitting in the chamber in those years to determine what the priorities of this state should be. So I accept the 10 million reduction for the coming year, but we made a commitment to the people of this state under Senate Bill 260 to try to do something about our roads. We don't need to end that commitment this year. Let's just worry about the budget we're trying to put together, and we'll worry about future years and future years. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification purposes, the MMOF is not about roads. It is about transit, just so we're clear on that. And I appreciate people wanting to keep to an agreement that was made in Senate Bill 260 some years ago. I will just remind you all that we worked very hard to balance this budget. There are several one-time reductions being made. This is one that would have counted as an ongoing reduction to our general fund because, you know, if you don't like these ongoing cuts that we are making, we're going to have to continue to come back with a long bill package that has 64 orbitals in it. Because we have to keep making these statutory changes. So I recognize the desire of folks to keep this funding. I don't like having to make this reduction. We just had to make choices about how to balance the budget and what kind of ongoing reductions we could live with. And since there is still the retail delivery fee that is coming into this fund, we just made a choice to keep this as an ongoing reduction. So I ask for a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind us that CDOT, through their fees and structures, is supposed to be self-sustaining. It is not supposed to be supported by the general fund. That's the way it has been, and this was put in place to help. But since that period of time, the retail delivery fee has come about. And the retail delivery fee is now upwards of $20 million a year. I remind you, $20 million a year. At a certain point, the taxpayers of this state are entitled to keep the $10 million of the general fund when it's been more than offset by the retail delivery fee. We're not taking away from any fund whatsoever. We're just not making either this year or in the future, a $10 million allocation from a general fund that is not supposed to be going into CDOT.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I absolutely respect that position. But this money is supposed to be going into CDOT because we passed a law to put it into CDOT. That's how this is supposed to be working. Now, we aren't trying to balance the budget for 27 and 28 or 29 and 30 or 30 and 31. We are working on 26 and 7. So I accept the cut there. I think it's appropriate. But we can address future cuts in future years. Let's do that. Let's move on, accept this amendment, and move into the 1400 series orbitals.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and partly because the good representative articulated that the basis of this amendment is that we shouldn't be bound by as future legislators or bind future legislators by terminating this appropriation right now. However, that argument fully fails to recognize that the appropriation that they're asking us to maintain is based on the fact that a prior legislature bound us to that appropriation in the legislation. So fundamentally, what we're doing now is taking back control as a legislature by adopting the JBC's amendment, JBC's approach, to say we should make this decision on an annual basis. Much of our discussion on this budget has been whether we are leaving control for future years on the different line items as priorities or not. That's what the arguments I've been hearing for the last 2 days are about. I would suggest this is an area where accepting the bill as written allows us as a legislature to let every future legislature decide whether this one line item needs more money or less money, because that's all it's doing. If we're going to start, one of the complaints has been that we start with a budget that is already predisposed because there are certain numbers pre-populated based on statutory requirements. That seems to be something that becomes a question of where our priorities should be. This bill specifically is saying, in this context, because there's other funding that already exists, we will look on an annual basis at where the extra money is to decide whether we have it to add to this fund. I would suggest that in this circumstance, we should stand with JBC's determination that given our current climate and what it looks like it'll be for next year, we should make this decision as we have the money available in future years and not bind future legislators to the determination of the prior appropriation which was mandated. I'd encourage a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would submit that we're not tightly bound to past legislators. We're making a decision this year to cancel those monies. Let's make that decision for this year and let future legislators make their decisions.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L002 to House Bill 1399. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L002 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1399? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1399 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1400.
House Bill 1400 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning adjustments to the Public Employees Retirement Association's allocation of money to trust funds.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1400.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important bill to modify the way the state's annual direct distribution and healthcare trust fund contributions are credited to the divisional trusts in PARA. There's no current fiscal impact, but it may reduce future state expenditure obligations by avoiding the triggering of the AAP, which would increase employer contributions, and it would also mirroring way increase employee contributions as well to if a trigger was met. And so what we are doing is giving para the ability to allocate the direct distribution among the school, the state, school, and judicial division trusts in a way that will maximize the blended total contribution rate in order to avoid this automatic adjustment provision to the extent possible. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1400, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1400 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1401.
House Bill 1401 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning transfers of money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund and in connection therewith, transferring money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to the Housing Development Grant Fund and the General Fund in state fiscal year 2025-2026, terminating future transfers from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to the Housing Development Grant Fund and the Adult Dental Fund and making reducing appropriations.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1401.
To the bill.
This bill transfers in years 25-20, has transfers in years 25-26, and as well 26-27, or modifications, I should say, in transfers. So in this particular current year, if you're looking at the numbers, it transfers $75 million to the general fund in 25-26. But there is an offset of that of $30 million, a $30 million transfer that would have gone to the Housing Development Grant Fund, but leaves $2.2 million in terms of a transfer there. Now, let me pause for a second and talk about the housing transfer portion of this. Going back to House Bill 1322 and then House Bill 1370, these two bills created a mechanism to transfer up to $30 million from the UPTF to the Housing Development Fund in the Division of Housing each year, but it was based on a forecast in June of each year, and that transfer only was to take place if we were below the Tabor cap. So the years previous, there has never been a $30 million transfer, never, because we were above the Tabor C cap. This would be the first year that this program would qualify. This bill removes that qualification. Moving on to year 26-27. For many years, the Adult Senior Dental Fund has been funded by the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. This bill also touches on that and stops that, and instead funds that through the general fund. So it will no longer be taken from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. And I realize that's a lot of moving parts all at once. Again, there's a quiz on this if you guys want to participate. But I already moved. I would ask for an aye vote on this set of transfers.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
I move Amendment L002 to House Bill 1401.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment. That amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Colleagues, this is the second part of that two-parter that I had told earlier with the reserve. We can still do the right thing and not raid the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund for $45 million of the corpus. And again, My understanding is it's 45 million, both from the Treasury and one of our JPC colleagues. The 27 million is coming out of the interest part, but 45 million is coming directly out of the principal. We have never done that before. We have taken money out before by borrowing it, 20-year interest-free, no payment loan. That way, that doesn't count against the Tabor cap. Because if we did just take the money out and we are above the Tabor cap, we just have to turn around and give that money back to the taxpayers. We're below the Tabor cap now, and it's our first opportunity to just flat out raid the UPTEF. Many states have ASKEET statutes. We should have one. I've discussed with a few colleagues the necessity to have one, but we don't. So this is just a naked grab of money that does not belong to the state. And just because we whip it in a budget, remember, unclaimed property trust fund. We want people to trust us in this building, and yet we can't even handle a trust fund. So I ask that we support this and do the right thing. Again, even taking it out of our own back pocket of the reserves is far better than taking it from somebody else when it's not money that belongs to us. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep Bottoms? Rep Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I don't like taking money out of the reserve, but I agree with Representative Marshall. Well, that was difficult to say. I'm just kidding. I actually agree with him on this because the reserve is state money. Not one penny of this unclaimed property belongs to the state. Not one penny. We've already used up the interest. That was discussed in appropriations. This is not our money. Every single penny in the unclaimed property trust fund has a citizen of Colorado. Actually, it has citizens of other states too, but it has citizens' names attached to every single penny. We do not have the ethical right, and I don't actually believe we have the legal right to go and take people's money without permission. You didn't ask them. You didn't go, there's probably money in there for representative from El Paso County. You didn't ask his permission. There's money in there for the guy that works down at the gas station in Denver here. You didn't ask his permission. It has his name attached to it. It has their names attached to it. Every single penny belongs to somebody, and there is not one penny in that unclaimed property trust fund that has State of Colorado on it. Not one penny. But all of it has somebody's name, and we're stealing their money. You say, well, we're going to pay it back. Yeah, we've done a real good job of that in the state of Colorado over the last 20 years. This is people's money that we are taking unethically and, again, I believe illegally. And so even though I don't like taking from the reserve, at least we're taking our own money instead of taking the citizens' money. And even that, where did we get our own money? Our money, all of our money comes from the taxpayers. But these are directly tied to people's names, and I think we need to keep our hands off of this. And I think there needs to come a time, actually, when we get lawsuits and legal process involved in this, because this is not the state of Colorado's money, and it is not at our discretion to be able to use this right here. It belongs to them. Keep your hands off. If you're going to take it from your own back pocket.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just point out, I think my colleagues mentioned this, but this bill actually ends many of the ongoing transfers from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund that had already been going on for the adult dental program as well as the HDGF. So while we are taking a transfer in this year, we are ending the ongoing transfers. And so in the out years, this is actually a benefit to the trust fund and leaving more money where it is. And I will just say that I am also committed to making sure that that Coloradans can get back the money that is theirs. I have recently discovered that I have unclaimed property in the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, and I have been working diligently with the Treasurer's Office to try to get that. It is not that easy, and I hope that this treasurer and others will continue to try to make that easier for folks, and something that we as a legislature can work on as well, because I hope that we can get folks their money back. But in the meantime, this is a benefit to the overall trust fund, and so we ask for an aye vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
I asked for a no vote on the amendment and an aye vote on the bill. That's what I meant. Thank you.
We knew what you meant. Rep. DeGraff. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L2. Rep. Kelty. To the amendment. Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To this amendment, you know, I'm not really happy with the amendment, to be honest with you, but I'm happier with the amendment. The money in this trust fund, it says it's an unclaimed property trust fund. Really what it should say is not claimed yet property trust fund. By taking such a huge amount of money, what happens if everyone claims their money? And then that money's not there for them to claim. It's there, it doesn't belong to the state to even touch to begin with. So the amendment at least changes the amount to where it's not such a great harm to the people. But this shouldn't even be a topic that we should even be talking about. This shouldn't even be on the table to be done. But if you're going to do this to the people, if you're going to outright steal from them, make it a little less. Support the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. To the bill. Rep. DeGraff.
Maybe we should just rename it and call it the Unclaimed Property Slush Fund. And then we would at least we would have some accuracy. So I agree with my previous colleague that the reserve and the reserve and this are both citizen money, and we should be looking at, and we should just be considering those as untouchable. They're not there. But the continually looking over there going, wow, if we could just have that money, somehow then we would be able to get the budget under control. And that's obviously not true, because I know we looked it up a few years in previous, because I was very surprised that we had actually dipped into it. But we keep dipping into it, and we keep not repaying it. You keep not repaying it. And so I don't know why the citizens would trust when their money is being used as a slush fund and not a trust fund. And I understand on the JBC side, you know, looking at all of the options, looking at all the options, or at least all the options you're allowed to look at. So, and then previous things about only if it's below the Tabor cap. So setting something up in motion that, oh, we'll only tap it if it goes below the Tabor cap. But going below the Tabor cap doesn't make it right. It just kind of deferred it for a little while, like, oh, if we all of a sudden have not enough money because the economy is going in the direction of all micromanaged economies. Because again, the crisis that we have here is not a matter of H.R. 1, it is a matter of self-inflicted failure. So I move L003 to House Bill 1401.
To the amendment, Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I actually have some money in that account, but it's, as was said, it's not as easy. It's like, well, this is your money, but now you have to, there's all kinds of stuff that you have to go through, which makes sense because it's my money and I have to prove my identity. Now, the state, however, doesn't have to prove its identity and doesn't have to prove it's my identity. The state is just going to, because we passed a law that we could dip into a trust fund. That's a little scary in and of itself, that the state has made laws and said we can dip into trust funds. I think that should be, that's worthy of striking fear into your heart. So because this is all allocated and pretty much identified to who owns it, so on or after July 1, this is just to say you need to notify these people. If you're going to dip into their trust fund, if you're going to dip into the money, then you need to tell them that you're dipping into their money. And you need to tell them, identify the nature except for the property that does not have a fixed value, the value of the property that is subject to the notice. Look it up. Say what property is going to be borrowed from, borrowed against, and describe the process of an owner that seeks to return the property and how to file a claim with the administrator. So instead of just saying, well, nobody's coming forward for it, but we have a name that's attached to it, then we do our best guess and send it to them and say, look, we think you would definitely be a better steward of this money than the state, and so we think you should have it, because anybody would be a better steward of their money, that money, than the state. So I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Soretta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the representative from El Paso's desire to ensure that those property owners receive notice of their property. I think these statutory requirements are not, I don't think that we should put in statute at this time these requirements, which, you know, the Treasurer's Office already has a program in place and requirements that they follow to try and get people their unclaimed property. They actually are asking for more resources to do that, so you'll have the opportunity to consider that later, I believe. But we also had a number of discussions at the committee and recommendations from our analysts about how to put into place a better system and process for maintaining the fund and how to handle any future transfers or the idea of abandoned property, if you will, for those who have deceased and for property that will remain unclaimed in perpetuity for such reasons. So respectfully, I would ask for a no vote, appreciating the intent with the amendment, but that we are not ready to put such things in statute at this time.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the sponsors and all the good discussion, because I know in this building we're very interested in other people's money. And I don't generally speak directly to the camera, but people of Colorado, claim your property. We're holding it. We're earning interest that we're using. We're not earning interest for you. Just go online, find it, and then maybe if everybody claims it, we won't have these discussions anymore. I move Amendment L001 to 1401 and ask that it be properly displayed.
To the amendment, Rep. Richardson.
Thank you. This amendment does two things. There's two parts. The first really acknowledges, and I appreciate that we're not going to take, we've kind of put a sunset on taking any money for specific programs, but for the next fiscal year, the 26-27, to bar taking anything below interest and not dipping into principal. But the second part, I'm hoping you do find appealing, because though the last amendment might not be fully fleshed out and not ready to be put in statute, I do think there would be great value in having the Joint Budget Committee and staff look at how other states deal with their unclaimed property and come back and report to us as a whole with some recommendations on how to better manage this fund going forward in a way that protects the property of the citizens that it rightfully is, but put some guardrails on so we're not just looking at this every year as perhaps a slightly easier take than our own reserve. So I would ask for an aye vote on this, or a yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1401, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1401. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1402.
House Bill 1402 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the transfer of money to the Capital Construction Fund.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1402.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the transfer bill to fund capital construction and information technology projects. As everyone is very well aware, we faced a very difficult budget to balance this year. We were able to fund most of controlled maintenance and a couple of the projects recommended by the CDC and similarly the JTC. So this bill will transfer the funds necessary to take care of those projects. I do have one technical amendment, though. I move L003 and ask that it be displayed.
I have this one.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just adds the word dollars after 55 on page 2, line 20, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, Rep. Winner, AML Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, we work on this CDC budget. We work on it very hard, and there's two things I'm really excited to see in there. First and foremost, it's the $4.14 million for the campus utility infrastructure at the mental health hospital in Pueblo. We all know with right now the issue, we're violating people's constitutional rights and what the state's paying to be able to do that, which in my opinion is just crazy. But I think the thing that I'm really excited to see here is the $13.78 million for the Colorado School of Deaf and Blind. This has been something that we've
AML Winner. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of 1402. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1403.
House Bill 1403 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the prevention of the transfer of unexpended information technology annual depreciation lease equivalent payments to the general fund.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1403.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, beginning in 2026-27, prohibits the annual transfer of IT ADLE payments from the IT capital account in the Capital Construction Fund to the general fund. However, no ADLE payments are expected to be credited to the fund in 2026-27 as no IT capital projects have received funding. Current law requires appropriations for information technology capital projects to include an amount sufficient to cover the estimated annual depreciation lease equivalents, or ADLE, as I mentioned, which are credited to the capital account. This bill exempts IT ADLE payments from these annual transfer requirements, and we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1403. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1404.
House Bill 1404 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning transferring money from the Tobacco Education Programs Fund to the Preschool Programs Cash Fund and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Rep Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I always get the complicated transfers bills, which I'm happy to do. For fiscal year 26-27, this bill transfers $10 million from the Tobacco Education Program
Rep Taggart, can you
Fund.
move the bill? Can you please move the bill? Did you move the bill?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1404.
Okay, to the bill.
So in 26-27, this bill transfers $10 million from the Tobacco Education Program Fund, which originates from the Tobacco Holding Fund, to the Preschool Programs Cash Fund on June 30th, 2027, with a requirement and stipulation that the transfer be of the money that originated, going back to the 2020 Tax Holding Fund. Additionally, the bill reduces the general fund appropriation for the Universal Preschool Program by $10 million. And correspondingly, increases the appropriation from the preschool program's cash fund that got $10 million before to the same amount for the Universal Preschool Program. And if you followed all of that, it's amazing. And I move for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1404. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1405.
House Bill 1405 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning transfers of money from certain cash funds to the general fund.
Rep Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1405.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a big one. This is a bill to make many cash fund transfers to the general fund for balancing. In the current fiscal year, that would represent just about $100.5 million, and in the next budget year, $86 million. So you can see within your fiscal note and within the long bill narrative all of the transfers that are coming from most state departments as we are moving funds from various cash funds within the budget to the general fund for balancing. And I ask for an aye vote.
Rep Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and I appreciate my colleagues on the JBC for working with me on this bill. I will say that this particular bill is extremely important to our overall budget package, and it is these transfers of money that are allowing us to, for lack of better words, soften the blow and ensure that we are able to make a few fewer cuts this year than would otherwise be necessary. It's a challenging situation, and certainly while we are trying to control our spending, we're also trying to make sure that the people of Colorado don't get disproportionately hurt. And this bill allows us to do that.
Rep DeGraff.
Control spending. Failing to control spending, but trying. So trying is the operative. Trying and failing. So let's look at some of these things. Local governments track severance fund. So why do we have $27,300,000 in there? OIT revolving fund, $10 million. Severance tax operational fund, $11,150,000. School and child care drinking water fund, $5,300,000. Community impact cash fund. So we have programs, some of those have to go back and look at. I think there was some securing some funds, something about the child care drinking water fund earlier. I'd have to go back and find that bill. Maybe I'll do that when I'm back on the bench. But mobile home park water quality fund, $3 million. So all these funds that were created, and we said, hey, we really need this money. We need this money from the citizens of Colorado because these are critical programs. Not so much. Not so much. Because they're not so much critical as some of the other things, like a $14.7 million program capped at $95 million. Those are priorities. Mobile home controlled maintenance trust fund, $1.9 million. Scale up grant fund, supplemental state contribution fund, identification unit cash fund. Public Safety Indirect Cost Fund, Unused State-Owned Real Property Fund, Qualified Apprenticeship Immediate Fund, Intermediary Fund, Records and Reports, Uninsured Employer Fund, Tobacco Settlement Defense Fund. So it's just very, I mean, the whole thing is a shell game. We make cash funds, we fill up the cash funds, we say it's for a program, kind of a trust fund in a sense, because the citizens of Colorado trusted that the money that they're raising would be used for those programs. So the citizens of Colorado, so we accumulate these funds, we put them in cash funds, and then we transfer $186.7 million from various cash funds into the general fund. So it turns out that those programs that we said were for specific things end up being for, so it looks like fixed and rotary, I didn't even notice there was a whole other page here, but that makes sense to get to $186 million. Fixed and rotary wing ambulances fund, $215,000. Workers' Compensation Immediate Payment Fund, $200,000. Electric Recording Technology Fund, $200,000. Local Government Backfill Cash Fund, $16.7 thousand. So some of these programs we actually need to go back and we need to go and say, look, if these are not essential programs, if these are not essential services that are provided by the government, then we should be out of them. We shouldn't have gotten into them in the first place. That's why we're trying, but failing to sustain, to rein in spending with this self-inflicted pain. Because eventually, as Margaret Thatcher said, socialism runs out of other people's money. So I move L004 to House Bill 1405 and ask that it be displayed.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we're going to transfer money, we should probably make sure it's going into, if we're going to put something in a bucket, we should probably make sure that bucket is not full of leaks. So prior to any transfer of money from a fund created in the state treasury to the general fund, the state auditor and the joint budget committee shall certify that to the state treasurer the unexpended and unencumbered balance of the fund. Notwithstanding any provision to the contrary, the state treasurer shall not initiate any transfer of money from the state treasurer, from a fund created in the state treasurer to the general fund until the state treasurer has received the certified balance of the fund as required by subsection 1 of this section. So this is just an accounting process to make sure that the money, we know where the money's coming from, we know where the money's going to. We have, especially if there's any thought that someday we're going to repay it. Fortunately, in 2025, the economy seems to be turning around somewhat, but it's still facing very great headwinds of the General Assembly tying the shoes of the economy together, of our economy together, and basically hobbling it. So there's a lot of funds here. I'm not saying they should have been collected by our government in the first place, but this is again where we made a contract. We made a contract with the citizens of Colorado, and now we've just turned them into general taxes. So whatever these funds were collected of for some specific purpose, they're now just general funds. General funds for the General Assembly to do whatever it generally wants to do with them. And I don't think that is a great marker of trust for the citizens of Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Rep Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Quite frankly, it's unnecessary. Our Joint Budget Committee staff get regular reports from the Controller's Office about the status and the fund balances, and they make recommendations to the Joint Budget Committee based on what the balances of those funds are. This would be a redundant process, and I'm sure it would overwhelm the state auditor. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Rep Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have some good news today. I move L006 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to say, tiptoe through the tulips today. So what I have been able to find, yesterday we found some money. And what we did, as you know, Colorado is in this current financial crisis. And we found money yesterday in the governor's, I call it the gardening fund. But anyways, in his mansion maintenance fund and in the cash fund that we freed up yesterday with our vote. It was over $74,000. We freed that money up. And then we also freed up money for the veterans to be able to use, for the Veterans Crisis or Veterans Trust Fund that Colorado has, for them to be able to utilize out of the fund. We have to legislate that, and we did that yesterday. So good for them. We've got that done. My goal was to then put this money also into the Veterans Trust Fund, but because of the previous amendment that I had, there was a title challenge. Money could go in, but it couldn't come out. So I understand that. So we still freed up this money, and so we need to put the $74,000 somewhere for maybe a rainy day. As we know, every nickel counts. In this case, every tulip. So we needed to be creative. So what this amendment does is it actually takes that $74,654 from this fund, from the Governor's Mansions Maintenance Fund, and puts it back into into the general fund for a rainy day. This way, everyone's included in having to make cuts across the state, and that includes the governor. So even though it may seem like a little bit, that little bit can go a lot. But because of the title of 1405, we were unable to put it out and put that additional into the Veterans Fund, but that's okay. We took care of them yesterday. These freed funds, if you think about it, we can leave it there for any day, which is a good thing to do. Why spend it just because we have it? I advise we don't, but if we did, we could put it towards the IDD community, homeschool initiatives, senior dental care, agricultural grants, even possible adoption services. Either way, we did good yesterday. Let's do good today, and I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to rise in support of this, and the reason is because I want to be consistent with all things governor. Anytime we can limit the powers of the governor or take some of the money away from that, I want to make sure that we do that. I think the governor has too much power and too much money. I might change my mind next year, But right now, that's the way I believe on this, and we want to make sure that we can do this. And this money just goes into the ether. So it just makes it something that you got extra money sitting there. You guys got to like that. You're just going to have the extra money sitting there, and then you can do horrible things with it. But I believe strongly in this amendment.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Chair, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I will say that this amendment by itself does nothing but just take money from the mansion fund and put it into the general fund. And I will say that the mansion fund is funded predominantly by fees that people pay to utilize the mansion, and then those fees are there to pay for the maintenance of the fees. So there is certainly a fee-for-service aspect to the mansion and to the services that it provides to folks. This obviously takes those fees that people have paid for the use of the mansion and just dumps them into the general fund. We ask for a no vote. We don't think this is a very good way of accounting in the state of Colorado.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L6. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1405 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Yeah. Rep. Brown.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I have one technical amendment related to the severance tax. I move L001 to House Bill 1405 and ask that it be displayed.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. This moves the date of the transfer of the local government severance tax fund, and it's based on cash flow issues. So instead of doing it this September, we would move that date into June of the following year. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1405. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1406.
House Bill 1406 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of certain provisions regarding the funding of capital construction and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1406.
To the bill.
You get another complicated.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, 1406 is repealing capital construction funding requirements. Under current law, our state agencies and our institutions of higher education that receive an appropriation from us through the general fund for capital construction are required to set aside an amount of money each year equal to the recorded depreciation of the capital asset that was approved for the purposes of long-term maintenance costs. These depreciations are referred to as ADLE payments and are appropriated to those corresponding agencies. And what's been happening recently is then they are credited to the Capitol complex for the renovation of this complex in the Department of Personnel. This bill repeals that and saves our institutions, in particular, a significant amount of money. Furthermore, the bill requires the state treasurer, in this particular situation, to transfer $3 million from the Capitol Complex Renovation Fund for this year on June 20th, and then requires the state treasurer to transfer the remaining balance I believe on June 30th, 2027, yes. And then it repeals the Capital Complex Master Plan in total in the DPA and its fund. And it yields, as I said, $15.3 million for our current fiscal year at 25-26 and nearly $28 million in fiscal year 26-27. And I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1406. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1407.
House Bill 1407 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning state money that was used to refinance money received from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and in connection therewith transferring unspent state money to the general fund, extending a deadline for the use of state money and reducing appropriations.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1407.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Colorado received about $3.8 billion in federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds from the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. This was deposited into a 2021 cash fund and then transferred to various other cash funds. This bill transfers state money totaling $35.7 million to the general fund from several funds that were used to hold the federal coronavirus recovery money. And it also makes adjustments to various appropriations related to these transfers. And it gives the Department of Human Services spending authority through the end of the next fiscal year for capital construction costs related to the youth neuropsych facility at the Colorado Mental Health Hospital in Fort Logan, or what some people call SimHIFL. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill. Oh, Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add to this so everybody knows these are totally unencumbered funds, so they are not being taken away from any project. So please do understand that these are totally unencumbered funds.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1407. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1408.
House Bill 1408 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the establishment of processes for the determination of budget requests for the upcoming state fiscal year.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1408.
To the bill.
This bill helps us a great deal in the JBC when it comes to budgeting. It requires all state agencies from all three branches of government on September 1st to give us a budget, the beginnings of a budget that includes their base budget as well as the annualizations of any prior year legislation, plus any adjustments that have been made during the course of that preceding fiscal year, so that we have a good base. In addition to that, it requires on the November 1st budget all agencies are required to provide information related to OSB's calculations for common policies. Compensation being one of those, IT being one of those, legal being one of those. And that is the two in combination are what are presented to us on November 1st. And you might ask the question, why are we going to the details of this bill? The answer to that was, in fact, we didn't have a complete picture of in particular, one branch of how the effect of common policies and what effect to prior year legislation when the governor provided us his balanced budget, and this addresses that so we have all of that information all at once, so we don't have surprises the day after. And I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this, I move L001 to L1408. All right.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So page 3, strike line 18, substitute committee staff, proposed budget that assumes a current services baseline which reflects the appropriations necessary for the continuation of existing programs pursuant to current law, so in accordance with current law, as adjusted for inflation, caseload growth, and any other necessary adjustments. A proposed budget that reflects a 5% reduction in the state agency's base budget, and a proposed budget that reflects a zero-based budgeting principles for existing and proposed programs, which must include. So what we need to do is we need to go back and we need to really dig into the actual budget. And I know JBC has, but this is just to get us to zero-based budgeting. A statement listing any other state, federal, local agencies that administer a similar or cooperating program, outlining the interaction among the agencies. A statement of the statutory authority and for the history and quantified objectives of the program. You got to have objectives. Quantification of the need of the program. You need to have metrics. You need to have intent to what it's going to accomplish and what it is accomplishing, not just a nebulous program that's out there that so many seem to be. Indicators of quantified measures of effectiveness. If it's a serious program, you need to have actual metrics. You need to know what you're measuring against because you need to know if you're achieving it. Now, this is one I have a particular beef with the Colorado Energy Office, the Charlotte Energy Office, is that they have no objectives other than to cut carbon, but there's no idea, they have no idea why. Just that it's going to cost us billions and billions of dollars, and they're willing to spend billions and billions of your dollars and have nothing to show for it. The level of effort required to accomplish each activity. So this would give you a weighted matrix. So this gives each program, and then you would be able to say, all right, where do you get the most bang for your buck? What are the priorities? It might be a higher level priority might have an easier means of achieving it. A lower priority might be a greater. So now you can, now it'd be a simple multiplication to say where are you achieving the most with the money of the citizens of Colorado? Because we need to take this back, and this is how we strip things down to the nuts and bolts of the budget. A statement detailing what could be accomplished by the funding of the activity at any level specified by the Joint Budget Committee. So what this does, introduces zero-based budgeting type ideas into our budget, and it forces the agencies themselves to do a better internal analysis of their processes and not just asking for more money and saying how critical they are, like in our SMART hearings. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the title to this bill is broad, very, very broad, concerning the establishment of processes for the determination of budget requests for the upcoming state fiscal year. And I am grateful to my colleague from El Paso County for bringing forth an idea under that bill title that deals with zero-based budgeting, which I think is different than what is contemplated under this in terms of base budget definition, but still falls within the conversation we are having today. You know, it's interesting, I ran a bill 2 years ago and then 2 years, I think, before that on the topic of zero-based budgeting and the importance of bringing that into the General Assembly. I'm grateful for this conversation here today because I think a number of people who pay attention increasingly to what's going on in the legislature may not understand that the way we do our budgets is not the way I think some might contemplate we do them. Many might suspect that we start with zero and that we then build a budget from zero. But in reality, we start really from what we appropriated last year, and then we make adjustments up and down based on a variety of factors and conversations. And so what can happen over time is the accumulation of costs and budget items that are no longer relevant, no longer really desired. We saw that over the last year or two as we've looked at all of these different cash funds and closing out this program that hasn't been around and nobody has used for 7 years, et cetera, et cetera. And so doing a zero-based budget analysis helps to clean that out. And I haven't actually got a chance to really digest or even read what the representative from El Paso County is proposing, but I will say that the idea of having zero-based budgeting to clean that out is a good one. There are problems, though, when you consider a multi-billion-dollar budget and trying to do zero-based budgeting year over year, right? To start from zero every single year is just not tenable. But the idea of a rotating cycle where every 8 to 10 years we're looking at a particular department and requiring that kind of analysis helps to eliminate some of the duplicative programs that we find or some of the programs that aren't actually working, and helps us to have access to all of the information we need to really make sense of things. Texas undertook this program, this type of budgeting, I think in the early 2000s, late 90s, if I remember correctly. Again, this was like 2 years ago that I ran this bill. But they were able to not only balance their budget, but find a surplus as a result of doing that kind of work. And so I do support the notion of zero-based budgeting, and I do support the idea of bringing some of the requests related to reductions and what have you from the agencies themselves, so that the JBC doesn't have some of the same work that they have in trying to draw, like blood draw, from some of the department's ideas as to where to cut. And so I rise in support of this amendment.
Rep. DeGraff, we're thrilled to hear you have more to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. You did. So getting back to my colleague's points, yes. The point here, proposed budget assumes current service baseline, asking the agencies to do a yearly analysis, of their programs. I suppose that doesn't necessarily mean the JBC needs to review all of them. They could review them on a 10% basis. They could review them on a random basis. But it would be the baseline for an auditing. And if you want to figure out whether something is effective, you need to have measures of effectiveness. These are basic, very basic ideas that used in the military. You need to go back and you need to review what you're trying to achieve. Everybody needs to go back and take that time and figure out what it is they're trying to achieve. And if you can't figure out what you're trying to achieve and you can't make that case, then you probably don't need that money. If you can't do an internal scrutiny, so this would require all of the agencies to do the internal scrutiny, do the internal work that they should be doing otherwise, that they should be doing anyways. And then how the JBC uses those programs, that information, to be a little bit more forthcoming, to find that, to encourage those agencies to use that fraud. And those agencies that are then found subsequently, we need to also use the technology that we have to go into those line-by-line items, those line-by-line spending items, not programmatic details, but line-by-line spending details. We need to use that technology, the technology that has found $285 million worth of fraud, up to $500 million worth of fraud in a single program. And the way we do that is you start at zero. So this is a way to get back, figure out what our priorities are, figure out what we're trying to achieve. Now I think, and then and then go from there, because we need to be good stewards of the money of the citizens of Colorado, and then and not taking the time, not taking the little bit of time that it requires to make sure that you are scrutinizing all of that to actually be good stewards. I don't think that's a big ask. I think the JBC should have all of this information available at its fingertips every year to be able to dig into the programs immediately. And we need to also augment this with the technology of digging into the line-by-line expenditures and root out the fraud so that we can actually prioritize the needs of the citizens of Colorado, start doing government for them and not to them.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if my understanding of what has transpired in the JBC over the last 2 years and a half, I guess, or year, 18 months, in any case, is right, it has been a challenge to get information from departments. And so I'm encouraged to see that there is this attempt to bolster what you're getting initially in that initial budget package. And all I have been able to read, to be honest with you, is the words on the page. I haven't had a chance to pull these sections and kind of see what else is in this area. But what concerns me is an enforcement mechanism. And so I'm just wondering, is there an enforcement mechanism somewhere else in this general section of 2-3, what have you, that in the event the agencies are non-responsive to your requests, there is something that JBC can do about that? Because I do like what you're trying to accomplish here, but if they can just simply say thanks but no thanks, obviously that's not helpful. So I'm just wondering if now would be a good time to possibly consider an enforcement mechanism or add something in if it doesn't already exist.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question. There's not an enforcement mechanism per se. I guess the enforcement is, and truly this isn't so much about, well, it really is our challenge with the fact that the governor, as the chief executive here, submits a budget proposal for the entire state. But there are also independent agencies that are independent from the governor. We have the entire judicial branch, we have the Office of the Department of Law, we have the Treasury, the Secretary of State. And so the governor has to submit a budget proposal that is inclusive of those departments, but it doesn't, there has not exactly been great communication. They have the ability to submit their own budget requests. They're not bound by the governor's request. But we have been challenged by budget submissions that don't take into account certain expenses that are going to be required in these independent parts of government. And that leaves us with a budget request. When the independents bring in their requests, they don't match up with what was reflected in the governor's budget, and that means somebody gets less money. And so that has been the challenge, and that truly is the consequence of not having a sort of accurate representation of, in particular, certain presumable fixed costs around centrally appropriated costs and the impact of compensation decisions across the state. And so the purpose of this bill is to ensure that everybody is putting in the necessary information to get closer to the right numbers at the right time, so that when that budget request is submitted to the General Assembly in November, it is more reflective of actual costs, preserving the independence of those independent branches of government to submit their own budget requests, but at least a little more reflective of reality. So I guess the enforcement mechanism is somebody's going to get less.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you. And to further on that, Yesterday, we talked a bit in the long bill about judicial. Judicial has 5,800 employees. And with 5,800 employees, if the common policies of compensation are estimated by the governor's OSPB as compared to what they truly are, that can be a significant delta. And last year also, this body, we approved additional judges and staff across the state. And in that prior year legislation, it had two phases. It had this year's phase, 25, 26, and next year's. And again, if that is an estimate, or if it's not even there, we start off in the hole. And I would reinforce what Madam Chair says. Our biggest enforcement here is if they don't provide it, they're not going to get funded for it. So I don't know that we need to police it, because that's just the way it's going to work. So.
Representative Locke. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. And to all of the legislative liaisons from the different departments who are listening in, please take note. You have been told the enforcement mechanism is if you don't abide, you don't get money. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I know this is not going to be an ongoing issue, but we are going, when you're including all of those employees, and those are all legitimate things, and I do like this, I do like all of this that we're talking about. I do think the enforcement is important, but I also think that there's going to be a new governor this year. So you got to include that in the mix somewhere. That's a major thing. So the new budget comes in, the governor's budget comes in on October 1. November 1, 2 days later, you got a new governor. So that's going to be a whole new budget and a whole new process there. And that's going to spread out through all of the departments and everything else. So somewhere there has to be that ongoing. It's great, but this year, the first year, it would theoretically the full year would be going into effect. But somewhere in the next 3 years, you're going to have the exact same thing happen. But now it's going to be 2 days after that submission. Does that make sense? So I'm just saying somewhere there has to be some kind of connection or mechanism. This is not the year you got to worry about it, but you're going to have to 3 years from now. So just throwing that out there.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1408. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? House Bill 1408 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the distribution of money collected from the retail marijuana sales tax.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1409.
To the bill.
Thank you. This bill modifies the distribution of marijuana special sales tax revenue. The current law, 96.5% of the special sales tax revenue is retained by the state and distributed to the marijuana tax cash fund, and 3.5% is distributed to local governments. The bill modifies these distributions by eliminating the local distribution and increasing the marijuana tax cash fund distribution by a similar amount, and slightly adjusting the distributions to the general fund, the state public school fund, and the marijuana cash fund. Again, this is another bill that we are running to make sure that we can balance our budget and meet our state obligations, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just add that this has been a challenging budget for us to manage over these last several years as prices for marijuana have gone down, and projections continue to be off. Maybe they're getting a little bit closer, but over the last several years, the projections about what will come into the MTCF have been higher than actuals. And so that has presented challenges for us to balance this budget because for many years, members of the General Assembly came up with all sorts of programs to run out of the marijuana tax cash fund. And so each year we have had to bring this fund into balance because it has essentially been underwater. This time we made this change in distribution, but are not cutting programs. And the reason, the choice that this was the choice that we made, not to cut programs, but instead to cut out this local distribution, is because these local governments have the ability to levy their own tax if they so choose. And so if they want the revenue, they can levy that tax.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1409? Representative DeGraff.
Wow. So once again, the contract with the municipalities, the local governments, is violated again. So the balanced budget, the way we balance budgets this year is unfunded mandates and taking money that was promised this marijuana cash fund because the General Assembly has overtaxed the marijuana tax cash fund and taken more out of it than it delivers because the revenue is down, projections are off, probably because why would a cartel not just set up shop in Colorado and compete with the government and evade the taxes? Because now we have legalized marijuana. Who knows where it came from? There's no point in trying to enforce it. So of course the revenue is going to go down. Because anybody that's not charging tax on the marijuana has an automatic advantage. So the entire program, now you have the municipalities, the local governments that have the expenses of the marijuana program, the increased crime, the increased all of the social issues that go along with the legalization of marijuana. They have those expenses, but now you're going to take the 3.5% from them, undoing the deal that was made initially. So I'm not really sure. So unfunded mandates imposed on the municipalities and reneging on deals made with the municipalities. I don't know why anybody would trust this government. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1409? Seeing none, the question, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just do want to address the local side of things, and I hope you'll hear me on this. When the state legalized marijuana back, I believe, in either 2011 and 2012, we opened up the market for retailers in this state. And the municipalities, then many of which, and my hometown is one of them, licensed X number of retail marijuana dispensaries in their communities. And guess what? They put their own sales and excise tax on marijuana sales in their local jurisdictions. This was after us starting the process for them. To my knowledge, I don't know of a single municipality in the state that has passed any of their excise revenue back to the state. They have kept those dollars, as they should keep those dollars for those markets. So when we reduce their share, they're now gaining the benefit from their own retail dispensaries. And that's the reason I'm the one that suggested that that no longer be in place, because they have their own revenue streams for this particular purpose. And I stand by that decision. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1409? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1409. All those in favor say aye. Glad to know you're all awake. All opposed, no. House Bill 1409 passes. Mr. Shevel, please read the title of House Bill 1411.
House Bill 1411 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning changes to health insurance benefits for certain low-income individuals who are not eligible for medical assistance due to their immigration status and in connection therewith, making and reducing appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1411.
To the bill, Representative Taggart.
House Bill 1289 established a Medicaid lookalike program called Cover All Colorado. And it mirrors the benefits of our Medicaid program and our CHIP program. This year in the JBC, we discussed this program at length because I think all of us know in this building that the dollars and cents were significantly higher than we expected. This is the most painful bill I've ever been on. It tests your value system, and it continues to test my value system. On one side, the primary users of this program are children, but we also have pregnant women involved in this program. The children came to our state because of their parents moving here. They probably had very little part of the decision of coming to Colorado. And yet, they have the needs of medical and mental health. And I will only speak for myself. It's painful to think that we do have to put some controls on this program because it potentially hurts that population. But at the same time, I'm also cognizant that it's a dollar figure that impacts our overall budget. And I want to say, as we were working on a compromise, my two colleagues that are here today were incredible to work with, and so too were the senators. And trust me, there were a lot of emotions, and there were a lot of tears, and some stalemates for a period of time while we were trying to figure this out. So I will just tell you where the compromise came to, and then I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, who was the individual that I worked with the most on this particular compromise. There are two components within this compromise. First, are the benefits and the changes in those benefits. And I'll read them to you. The first one is eliminating long-term services. Some of you may refer to this as HCBS, Home and Community Services, which supports, we will continue to support anybody that's in the long-term services today. Many of these young people being IDD. And we will continue to enroll people until January 1st of next year. And then the program caps in terms of those individuals, those children that are involved. We're capping the dental services on an annual basis at $750, both for pregnant women as well as the children. That's effective July 2026, so this year. We're eliminating behavioral health capitation services. However, fee-for-service will remain. And for those of you that don't know the difference, capitation services we do quite often in behavioral health, and it's a daily capitation rate. Fee-for-service is for a particular scheduled appointment and a particular program that we're working with youth or with pregnant women. And then last but not least, eliminating the care coordination services that is available through Medicaid on the Affordable Care Collaborative. So that's the benefit side. Most of them don't go into effect until January of next year. The other component are the cap components. And there are two triggers to that. Right now, on the children's side, we have about 21,000 children in this program. I will repeat that. We have just under 21,000 children. We have, through our discussions and compromise, we have forecasted that to go up to 25,000. If we go over that projection of 25,000, we cap the program. The second trigger is a little more complicated because you have two components. You have the number of individuals, the number of children in this particular case, and you have the costs associated with children's utilization. So what we have done there is we have a projection of those 25,000 children would consume in utilization about $98 million of costs. And what we've done is broken those down into quarters, or are in the process of breaking those down into quarters. Takes a little bit of time because you can't just take $98 million and divide it by 4 for the quarters of the year. You just can't do that because utilization varies by quarter. Some quarters are much higher than other quarters. And so we're comparing it to the seasonality of years previous based on the 98 million, and then putting a 5% buffer on the first quarter and on the second quarter. There's really not a need to do it beyond that because of the fact that the major benefit changes. So those are the two triggers that are part of the concept of a cap. And I will just leave you, before I hand it over to my colleague, Representative Brown, who I can't say enough about in terms of working on this. This is painful. But we also at the same, because we're talking about young humans here that we care deeply about. But at the same time, we have a fiscal obligation, and trying to find a balance has not been easy. So I ask you for your support in this, and I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to start off by saying that I am so appreciative to be able to serve with my good colleague from Grand Junction. He is a really excellent legislator and an excellent human being. And I am honored to be able to serve with him and to be able to work through difficult problems with him, just like I am honored to serve with my other JBC colleagues and our chair. I joke with my aide and with others that I cry about once a session, usually in the well or in committee. And this year is no exception. And this year, this bill has been a place where I have shed a lot of tears. Because like my colleague from Grand Junction, I also care very deeply, not only about this program, but I care very deeply about the kids that it serves. And the nature of our budget is horrible, and we are faced to make some of the worst decisions that I have ever had to make, certainly as a person and as a legislator. And the way that my colleague described the agreement that we came to is completely accurate and was what we thought was the way that we could bring the spending on this program, put some safeguards in place so that spending doesn't continue to increase while maintaining many of the core services of this program. But I will say that it is a disproportionate cut. And it will reduce the spending on an annualized basis of this program by 25%. This program in many ways is a victim of its own success. It provides essential services for kids and pregnant folks who need health care desperately. And I think one of the most challenging parts of this bill is the idea that we are ending services like long-term services and supports for kids. Kids who, as my colleague mentioned, were brought here through no fault of their own. I continue to believe that health care is a right and not a privilege, and that just because someone does not draw a federal match on their health care expenditures does not make them less of a human being, and it does not make them any less worthy of health care that they need.
Representative Brown, just a moment. Members, please. This is a really important conversation that we're having. If you're having conversations on the floor, please take them off the floor. If you're having conversations with your hands, take them off the floor. All right, Representative Brown, go ahead.
Thank you. But instead of being able to adhere to that human right we are instead faced with the decision of rationing based on the scarcity of our budget. And so we have come to this agreement, an incredibly difficult and horrible decision, one of many that we have to make this year. And we ask for your support on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, this is, I think, first I want to just start with thanking and offering my profound thanks and gratitude to the members of JBC for all of their work. And while we are on an orbital and we're not necessarily talking about the budget, all of this is connected. And having to bring orbitals is another tool in order to help balance the budget. And so my initial comments are really just around the entirety of the situation that it's brought us here, and just the recognition that all of what we have discussed so far until now and what we will continue discussing after this comes with real heartache and real pain with all of the cuts that we have to make to different groups and different services. And that is not easy. And to be on the JBC and to have to agree to these agreements and to have to make these arrangements and have to say, yes, we will cut A and we will cut B and we will cut C and we will move C to D, and is not easy. And I don't want to belittle or I don't want to minimize the incredible work and the intense amount of work that these members have had to do for many months to get to this point. I also want to acknowledge that we are a body of 65 members. And we are a body of 65 members that has an obligation to understand and work to get a balanced budget through, because it is our constitutional duty. But that does not make us a rubber stamp body. Any one of us in this chamber can also come up with creative ideas of how to maybe rethink a certain cut that has been presented. Any one of us can evaluate different line items, different buckets that exist in our budget, and offer alternatives to make the pain just a little bit less. Cover All Coloradans covers, as we heard, it covers kids, and it covers pregnant people. For every dollar that we spend on children in this state for their health outcomes results in $4 savings in the future, because we are preventing negative health outcomes. We are seeing cost savings from hospitalizations and emergency visits that do not come to pass. Medicaid increases a child's likelihood to attend and complete college.
Matching prenatal labor delivery service under CHIP authority. The program has no initial enrollment cap and uses state funds to cover populations excluded. So at one time, we only covered legal citizens, and now we're covering those that lack immigration status. Recent budget actions, as of April 2026, Colorado lawmakers are addressing the $1.5 billion budget shortfall. Is this a party? It's a party. Come on up. Fine. Broader Medicaid rates. Who's all joining us? Okay. I'm here. Okay, cool. Okay. Cool. These changes aim to control costs. So as a second-generation American, one of the things is like, why do we have these costs? Because typically what's required of a legal immigrant, somebody that is here legally, is to have a sponsor. You're going to have a sponsor, and you are not going to become a burden on society. And I noticed that I think there's somewhere around 40 million. So 40 million, I think that's what was imported. I think that's what was trafficked by the Biden administration.